Mwambia kaa tu, si ndio Haya, hapa mbele hakuna mtu yoyote maalumu isipokuwa nyinyi ndio watu maalumu ambao mmealikwa. Kwa hiyo naomba wote tusimame, alafu utakuja hapa mbele, utaviacha tu hivi viti vyeusi kwa sababu ni vya wachungaji, lakini viti vingine vyote just feel comfortable to sit. And I would request if we can fill in these two columns, this one and this one, then wengine watakao kuja watajaza kule. Bado watu wanaacha, usiache siti mbele yako tafadhali. Yaani usiache siti mbele yako. Hao na waelewa hapo. Lakini usiache siti mbele yako. Karibuni wote, usiache, hakikisha mbele yako hakuna siti. Hapo naona kuna siti ziko wazi, alafu kuna watu wamekaa nyuma. Hakikisha siti hizi za mbele ziko filled. Dada yangu pale na brother, tafadhali sana. Kuna wengine naona kule nyuma kuna siti ziko wazi pale. Kuna mwingine namuona amebaki nyuma kabisa kule. Tafadhali sana naomba uje. Na kwenye ukiwa professional, one of the things that you need to also show ni nidhamu. Nidhamu ni kukubali kufuata maelekezo. Kwa hiyo tafadhali sana, asante sana, kwa sababu usingekuja ningekuja kukuleta hapo. Asante sana. Kuna viti viwili hapo naona viko wazi, naomba viwe filled. Any of you people ambao mko nyuma, those two chairs. Yes. Bado mtu mmoja aje hapo tafadhali. Brother, kuna kiti kiko mbele wazi, tafadhali karibu hapo. Yes, unageuka nyuma, mwenye shati nyeusi. Yes. Haya, aliponyanyuka na wanyuma aje hapo mbele. Tuokoe muda tafadhali. Siwezi kuendelea kama umeacha kiti mbele wazi. Yes. That's really good. Sasa tunaweza tukaanza. Bwana Yesu asifiwe. Good morning. How are you? How are you feeling? Nyanyuka alafu msalimie wa jirani, muulize jina lake anaitwa nani. Unawezekana kuna wengine wamefika hapa hata hawajaulizana majina, hawajasalimiana. Msiogopane. If you are a professional, you also need to mingle. You need to network. Usisubiri kufuatwa, nyanyuka tu alafu muulize wa pili, wa jirani, unaitwa nani? Unasoma chuo gani kama ni mwanafunzi? Kama unafanya kazi wapi? Na kariri jina lake. Fanya hiyo introduction iwe ndefu kidogo, isiwe tu ya unaitwa nani kaishia hapo. Joyce. Amen. Naamini kabisa each one of us, you have gotten either one or two people. Umejua jina lao, wanafanya kazi wapi, wanasoma wapi. Amen. Kama umefanya hivyo, nyosha mkono wako vizuri kabisa. That's really good. We are about to start our program this morning. As you can see, don't be disappointed if you had expectation that you come here and you find the venue is very full. God is looking for people who are committed. Not everyone is committed. So for those who are ready to learn, for those who are ready to take a step of action, those are the people that we are looking for. So you are one of them, and welcome so much. Today, as you can see in our screen, Career Excellence Workshop. So we are going to learn. We are going to receive a lot of knowledge from knowledgeable people who have been in the industry for quite some time. So be ready to receive Be ready to learn. Prepare your questions if you have one or two, because today is going to be fire. Tell your friends, going to be fire. Yes, it's a life-changing workshop. So mimi binafsi nipo kazini na leo nategemea mambo makubwa kujifunza. Sasa wewe ambao bado hujaanza kazi na uko chuo, nafikiri expectations zako itakuwa ni kubwa zaidi. So without further ado, I would love to invite pastor to come here to officiate our program by word of prayer. After that, then I'll call upon those people who are going to share knowledge with us this morning. So tafadhali sana baba Pastor Mwende, karibu sana kwa ajili ya neno la maombi na kufungua program yetu. Karibu sana baba. Makofi as Pastor Mwende is coming.
Haleluya, Bwana asifiwe. Watu wote mwandani, Bwana Yesu asifiwe. Kidogo nimechelewa kwa sababu ya nipata dharura kwa nyumbani, lakini nimeweka vizuri, nimefika. Naomba tusimame tufunge kwa maombi. Baba yetu wa mbinguni, asante mno kwa ajili ya asubuhi ya leo. Tuko hapa Mungu kwa ajili ya kila ambacho tumekiandaa kwa ajili yetu wote. Asante kwa tumishi wako ulioandaa vema kuweza kushirikisha kile ambacho wanacho kwa ajili ya mada nzima ambayo kumbe Mwokozi wetu. Watumie watumishi wako wote hawa kwa hekima uliowapatia, ufahamu uliowapatia, elimu uliowapatia, maarifa uliowapatia, tuweze kushiriki wote kwa pamoja mtakatifu wa Israeli. Kila mmoja kwa nafasi yake Mungu umpake mafuta mabichi kwa kazi yako njema mtakatifu wa Israeli. Ulipofika wote Mungu watumie waweze kushiriki vema mwanzo mpaka mwisho. Walioko nje Jehova Shama na kama mkono wako Mungu wetu. Wote tusaidie mtakatifu wa Israeli. Uwepo wako uje mahali hapa Mungu kwa hekima yote mtakatifu wa Israeli. Asante Mungu wetu, tunaomba na kuamini kwa jina la Baba na la Mwana mtakatifu. Amen. Karibuni sana, tumefungua rasmi kipindi chetu. Karibu.
Asante sana pastor. God bless you so much. Sasa program yetu imefunguliwa rasmi kwa maombi, na ninaamini wakati pastor anatuongoza kwenye maombi na wewe ulikuwa unaomba kumwambia Bwana kwamba sijaja hapa kupoteza wakati. Amen. Na kile ambacho watumishi wa Mungu watakuja mahali hapa na kushare nasi, endelea kumsihi Mungu kwamba badilishe ufahamu wangu. Let my mind be transformed as I now prepare to go to the market as a professional. So now I would like to invite Joyce Mcharo. Dada Joyce Mcharo atakuja hapa mbele, alafu yeye naomba makofi kwake as she's coming. So yeye ndo atakuwa na run program kwa maana ya panelist hapa, then mimi nitakuwa kule, na ndio maana wanasemaga kwenye career kwenye industry kuna specialization of labor. You cannot do everything. So for me, I'll just be downstairs there, then she'll be here. So in case of anything, you will see me there. Then she will be moderating our panelists here. Karibu atatuambia panelists watu ni kina nani leo, lakini pia what are we going to talk about today. Warmly welcome.
Thank you so much, Paul. Do you appreciate what Paul just did? Do we appreciate just what Paul just did? Thank you for that one. You know, when it comes to the corporate environment, there's one thing that encourages people more to do more than just money: appreciation. When somebody does something good, may not give them monetary, gift or anything like that. But just saying thank you, I appreciate that, that was good, that was outstanding. It goes a long way to motivating a person to do something better. And I believe, like Paul said, that the number of us that we are here, it's what God wanted us to be here. And whoever is intended to be here, I believe with my whole heart they are on their way. So whether they are here 10 minutes from now or 20 minutes from now, depending on how their path is and how their transportation is and whatever it is that has kept them from being here on time, I believe God has made everything beautiful in its time. Now, without just going about with so many words, we are grateful for this session. We are grateful for this moment. And this is how it came about. Just how many of us, aside the ones that are panelists and the ones that have prepared this particular event, how many of us are DPC members? If I can see you by just raising up your hand. How many are DPC members? Almost all of us. How many are not? Wow. Let's put our hands together for them. God is good. We thank God that they're here. It's not just about building DPC members. It's about empowering youth in the body of Christ. Because we desire people to go out there, represent Christ well in all areas, with a spirit of excellence and professionalism, and stand out in every way. So you're most welcome. And we believe you extended this invitation to other youth who are not from DPC as well. And this is how this whole thing came about. The people who are going to speak to us, who are going to share their experiences with us, they've gone through this journey for years. So they've seen a lot. They've seen the shortfalls, the weaknesses, the things they wish they would have learned when they were at the university or when they were in secondary school. But for one reason or another, they did not have a chance to learn, or there wasn't any opportunity for them to learn. And they desire to see that nobody repeats their mistakes, or nobody just takes that rough road unnecessarily. So they've seen how people make mistakes in choosing their careers, how they go astray when it comes to what they should do, how they are misled by the different misconceptions that we have out there at the university and at secondary schools. And they were like, we just need to share the reality. We just need to iron out some few things so that our young ones, our children, our young brothers and sisters, at least they will have a better understanding when they're stepping out there. They know, as they say, they stepped out in the wrong foot. It shouldn't be your experience, right? So when they're coming up here and they're speaking, please listen, jot down everything, and if you have a question, I believe there is somebody who distributes some pieces of papers. Just write down your question, and there will be a time for you to ask your questions. And if there are not so many of us, I believe many, many questions will be answered. Now, I would like to welcome the people who have graced us with this event, seasoned personalities who are loaded with experiences. It's good that we are learning from their advantages, or rather their results, their victories, and their mistakes too. At least we are glad that they were honest enough to open up to show us where they went wrong. Because at times we try to paint all the better side. This is how it is. Have to get everything figured out at the beginning. What if I didn't figure it out? Is it that the all hope is lost? No. So for now, I have the honor, and I'm so privileged and I'm so humbled to share the platform with them. The following people. We are so glad that at least they gave us part of their time. Please take it seriously, because these are extremely, and I'm not exaggerating, extremely busy people. So for them to do this for free, it shows their heart of servanthood, their heart of stewardship. So let's truly, truly appreciate them as they're coming up here, and let's show our appreciation by taking in what they're sharing with us. If there's one thing that us young Africans we are good at, it is looking down at other people's achievement. Oh, they were lucky. Oh, they had connections. Oh, they knew it better. Oh, this. No, not all that, all this. They've done their part. They've given a lot of hard work. So let's appreciate them. And for now, I would like to welcome in no particular order, Brother Erastus Ntui up on the stage, please. I would request you to come up, and as they're coming, let's appreciate them. Brother Edward Masuzia, Brother Twisa Mwambona, and our hero lady, Sister Amelie. You're welcome up here. Thank you so much. They should have been out there doing something better, but you know what? This is part of their offering, the part of their sacrifice, part of their giving back to the community. Being Saturday, all these are family people. Their spouses were expecting them to be at home. Their children were expecting them to be at least at home or taking them out somewhere. But they said, you know what? Let's go back out there and give it out to some people who will not have direct access to us. So this is how we're going to run it. They're going to share with us their experiences. And from there, we can have different questions just to dig out what exactly is this event and what exactly is Career Excellence all about. Now, if I may take my seat as well. My dear brothers and sisters in the Lord, praise the Lord. And I am glad to see all of you here. Thank you. Good. Thank you. You know all these technical things, they are for you. As for them, sort it out for them, please. Now, before we continue, you know, sometimes people tend to take what you say lightly or casually or seriously, depending on who is speaking to them. So they need to know, who are these people who are talking to us? Are they some people who are supposed to be pastors and they ran away? Are the people who are corporates supposed to be pastors? What are they doing? How long have they been into this thing? What are they doing exactly? Where are they? So if you can just quickly give us a brief. What are your names? Where you are at the moment? How long have you been there? Have you been there all your life since you graduated? Or maybe you had it. Just share with us briefly the journey of your career. By the way, all these people are employed. There's only one who is self-employed, but they've all gone through the corporate journey, so they know exactly what they're talking about. Now, if I may start with someone who is closest to me, Sister Amelia, you know we are the heroes here, right? They say ladies first, but here we're the one who are covering people's backs here, so good. So we're starting with Brother Edward. Please share with us, who are you? Where are you? Where have you been, all these years, and what exactly are you doing?
Thank you so much, Sister Joyce, and it's an honor and pleasure to be here. I'm honored for this opportunity. As Joyce earlier on mentioned, my name is Edward Stephen Masuzia, and it's around 20 years since I graduated my first degree at the University of Dar es Salaam, where I did accounting, and I also did the CPA. I think you have heard about CPA. If you're an accountant, you should know about CPA. Along the way, I also did a master's in project management. Over the years, I have worked with several organizations. I think this is like my 7th or 8th job since I graduated. Wow. So an average of like 2-3 years for each job. I'm currently working for the United Nations in the headquarters of Africa in Nairobi, Kenya. I am a budget officer there, managing a couple of countries. We, as you know, the United Nations are around 196 member states. So in Africa, we cover the countries in Africa, and I have a portfolio of about 18 countries. Yeah, I think that's all for now.
We'll have lots of questions later, but I think that will suffice for now. Thank you so very much.
Thank you.
You can go on next to Brother Ntui, please.
Yeah, thank you, Sister Joyce. So my name is Erastus Mtui. Equally, actually, Edward is my colleague. We went to university together. So same years. And I think we were doing almost same course. We were doing accounting. And equally as well, we did CPA together. So, so we know each other for some times now. I also did, from education point of view, I also did masters. I've done a little bit of, small law. I've complicated my life a little bit. I've done a little bit of law as well. I've done economic diplomacy. And I'm also a certified arbitrator for business disputes. So I'm a certified arbitrator in the UK. So I'm an arbitrator as well. So I'm not employed. I own a company. I'm the managing director of Prosperous International. This is a consulting firm. But before that, I have been employed. I worked for about like four companies. I started in the audit with one of the big four, for those who know audit. One of the big four, so I worked for Ernst & Young. And then I went to petroleum industry with two companies. And then I joined the beverage industry. I worked for Coca-Cola. So my last role in that was a CFO for Coca-Cola in Tanzania, as Chief Finance Officer or Finance Director or Head of Finance. So yeah, and I'm married and with 3 kids. One of them is with us somewhere. I'll not ask him to stand, but one of them is with us. You want to stand? Praise, please. So fantastic. I thought as well he should start learning, because this is very, very important. Asante.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mtui. That was quite a journey. I'm expecting a lot from that one. The next friend, please.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
My name's Twisa Kunketa Mwambona. Now I pronounce it very slowly, but my name is Twisa Kunketa Mwambona. It is mouthful, and everybody calls me Twisa. I am self-employed for the past 8 years, and I did my degree in marketing. And then went on to be a chartered member of Institute of Marketers in the UK. And then I was got a certification in Chartered Institute of Product Managers in the US. I did my master's degree in finance. I did my first one in marketing and then the second one in finance about 20 years ago. And I worked for about 5 companies, and most of my career was spent in banking industry. I worked for cigarette company, I worked for bank, I worked for Oryx, I worked for British Council, and then later on thought I need to extend my wings a little bit on the business side. And for the past 8 years, that's what I've been doing. I do laboratory equipment and chemicals. I am married. I have 3 kids. One of them was supposed to be here, but unfortunately, I didn't know until one person told me that he had registered for this occasion. But until the time I was leaving home, he was not ready. So I didn't think he was coming, but maybe he'll be joining because I've sent him a text. Maybe he'll be joining us later on. So I missed the chance to introduce him. But thank you.
Thank you. Well, it's good to see your children following you. It means you're a good father, you're a good mentor, you're a good leader. If your children really want to be where you are, that's a perfect example. Thank you so much for that. Sister Melia, it's your turn, please.
Thank you very much. How many minutes? Remember, I'm a lady. We have many words than men. That's what we believe.
I know, because you're the last one, you're privileged. 4 minutes?
Thank you very much. And she said I'm the last one, but not the least.
Obviously, obviously.
I was smiling all the time listening to my fellow panelists. It's interesting, their journey. My journey is going to make you smile. Wow. What an honor to introduce myself next to the people who went through the ladder that, ooh la la, where do I fit? But God is the God of excellence, and that's what you said. And I am an example of that excellence because I'm favored, blessed, set apart to sit in the marketplace to do what God has in store for me, but not for me. You know, purpose is not for me, rather for others. So I was privileged to go to Institute of Finance Management, where I started with my brother there. I can see Mr. Mlai, but he was ahead of me. Don't get any ideas, though. No, he was ahead of me. He was doing masters, if I'm not mistaken. So I did advanced diploma in accountancy, of which in a second year going to third year, I repeated, meaning I did not pass one of the courses, so I was asked to repeat a year. I repeated, I was smiling because I didn't even understand why I was doing advanced diploma in accountancy. It was my dad's idea. He was an accountant. So, yeah. But I did it for him. You know how we do things for our parents? Yep. Yeah, it was good and it felt good because I was daddy's girl. I repeated a year and I failed again. So, Mlai, you didn't know. We were there together. I was busy, but I failed again. And so I was, kwa wale ambao mko university, mnaelewa what that means. I discoed. Nilidisco. Si ndio mnaita hivyo? Yes. So, nilipo disco nilipata kidogo shock. Because throughout kwenye masomo yangu nilikuwa nafanya vizuri sana. So after that, I was sent to South Africa, where I started afresh to do political studies. It was a degree that I chose myself because I was there. When I went there, I applied for law. When I went to law school for, I think, 2 or 3 months, I said, no, I'm not even understanding what they're teaching. It's hard. The English they're talking, I don't understand. So I registered myself into social studies, where I majored in international relations and political studies. I completed 3 years without my father knowing, but he knew I was studying there. He was busy not looking at my results because, well, I guess he trusted me. But then during the studies, I was privileged to use the opportunity that South Africans had, but they were not using it, to go to the US and enroll ourselves in exchange program where we used to work in different organizations. So I happened to work in a company called Accountem. It was an accounting company. They were also part of it, they were recruiting for other companies. So people will register with them and they will send them to different companies to do jobs, which even in Tanzania they are doing now. So from there, I was like, what is this job? I don't understand, but I think I like what I'm doing. I was sitting at the reception with my very heavy English, because when I would call the American, they would say, where are you from? I say, I'm from Africa. That's why you got heavy accent. So yes, some of them will say words that you don't want to hear and they will ask you never to call again. But still, I was persistent. I asked myself, what is this? America is not for me. I didn't like the lifestyle. So I called back the University of Cape Town and I asked, do you have a course that does ABC? They said yes, which is Human Resources Management. So I applied for postgraduate. I went back to South Africa I used to get money in the States, so the money I was saving. For some reason, nobody told me about saving. It just came from nowhere. So I went back to South Africa because we were paying in South Africa and it was cheap. I managed to convince, so my accommodation was paid by my parents or my guardian parents, and then the school fees, I paid it myself. I actually completed to pay the school fees when I started working. When I finished, I'm trying to be brief. And the reason I'm sharing, because I want you to understand, not everybody you see at the top, you don't know their journey for them to get there. My brothers have said, they've done CPA. Probably they did it for 10 years, who knows, but they did CPA at the end. So you need to understand the journey and appreciate it. And so that when you fall or when you're up and down, you know that if you're persistent and know what you want, you'll be able to achieve. That's why I'm sharing. So then I did the postgrad. I think Guinea was my language, so I did it and I finished. Ernst & Young, Tanzania, they looked for me. I didn't get it easy. I came back, I stayed for 8 months because I knew where I wanted to work. I wanted to work with multinational, I wanted to work with international organizations. So I was applying to those, still applying to other organizations, and I got the jobs in other organizations, but I went there and I would say the environment did not impress me, and I would go back. My mom was panicking. She didn't understand who this child, but again, for some reason, I used to pray. Not the way I know prayers now, but I used to pray. And I was convinced that there's a job for me until I got Ernst & Young Tanzania. They didn't have HR department. They were starting the HR department in Tanzania at the time when I arrived. And so I got my first job there. So I worked for Ernst & Young. Later on, the story changed. My brother who came for interview there, you didn't know my story, huh? Now you know. So you know who I'm talking about. But from there, I went to Total Tanzania Limited, where also all the job that I did. At Ernst & Young, I was HR manager. Going to Total Tanzania, I was head of HR, and moved to Nokia, head of HR. Also currently at Helios Towers, head of HR. But in between, I was privileged also to sit in different boards. So for 5 years, I sat in PPF, used to be pension fund scheme, for 5 years. My knowledge from Institute of Finance Management, the 3 years that I was there, helped me to actually compete with the board members with experience who came there. So with that knowledge, I was able to see things, and I was put in audit committee. For those who understand, they understand that the people who sit in audit committee are people who need to understand numbers. But remember, I failed, but there was a knowledge that I moved with. So God can place you in different places for a reason. Appreciate the moment, and then look forward for the goal that you have as you do excellent job where you are. I praise God for the opportunity, and I wanted to share that to the students. I hope it will help somebody or inspire or encourage. Thank you.
Wow, thank you so much. Yes, I was actually expecting a round of applause for all of them. Thank you so much for being proactive. Now that we know them, like that demon which was trying to be cast out by those, sons of Sceva, they asked those people, the demons asked the sons of Sceva, Jesus we know, Paul we know, but who are you? Now we were telling them, Elon Musk we know, Dangote we know, but who are you? Now we know, don't we? Now we can listen with our ears wide open because we know they have the authority to share what they are going to share because they didn't read from the Bible, but something they lived, the journey they actually took. Now, my dear panelists, before we go on, I just want to find out, does anybody have any problem with English? Kuna mtu ambaye tukizungumza English throughout tutamwacha? So if we go with English straight out, we'll go together. But ikifika muda wa maswali, you are free to use the language that you are comfortable at, okay? Don't feel like, if I speak Swahili, I'll be looked at like a non-professional. The aim is for you to understand. The aim is for you to leave this place with all your questions answered. So thank you so much for that. Now, back to our panelists. Our dear students, young graduates, young employees, and some people are experienced employees, they might be listening to your stories, and especially for the ones that are young, they're wondering, okay, this is how you got there. Sister Amelie has shared her journey, and all of you have shared your journey, but I know it's just the tip of an iceberg. You left out a lot of details. Now, my question to you, I'm directing to Brother Ntui. What are the criteria, or what exactly should I have in mind, or what exactly should I consider if I want to choose a career? And in the process, do you think it's important to have a mentor who can just venture out and see how things unfold?
Once again, thank you, Sister Joyce. So this is very important conversation. It's indeed very important. And you know, if I flash back first, we'll start with if I flash back when I was getting to university, first of all, you know, I came to Dar es Salaam for school. So from the regions, from the village, so to say.
So did I.
Yeah. You know, so when I came in, I knew very few people, and you know, definitely from the village, I asked, okay, which are the causes? I had my own ambitions and all that, so I asked, and then you know, found myself at the university doing what I did, accounting. I wanted initially to do economics. I was really passionate about economy, you know, how economy works and, you know, blah, blah. And then I met a gentleman, and he persuaded me to do accounting. He was 1 year ahead of me in secondary school, and he was at the university. So when I joined, I got accounting, and you know, the first few weeks I was kind of uncomfortable. You know, I wanted to go to economics, and I attempted to go to change that first week. I think they allow some changes, but unfortunately it didn't work out. And then I went on with accounting. I think that was one of the best decisions, you know, at least for me, that I followed that advice, you know, going to accounting, given the journey that I took later on. So back to the question, what should one consider in choosing a career path? So I will look at it from two viewpoints. First, I would say there are internal things, yeah, and external things. And internal things, I would look at, you know, things like what are your interests, you know, that's very, very important. Your values, you know, who you want to be depends on what you believe in as well. There are things that you cannot be if you believe in certain things. Your preferences, your personality. So one of my child, I do poke them, you know, in a stories, I do poke them on and off to hear out what I thought and so forth. So one of my child, I asked, who do you want to be? And said, you know, Daddy, I kind of think I want to be a lawyer, but you know, I don't like arguments. So I don't like arguments. So I'm kind of thinking now, you know, probably I should do something different, like so he mentioned what he wanted to do, but initially he mentioned law, but given the way he looks at himself, he doesn't want arguments. He thinks that, okay, probably I cannot be a lawyer, right? So personality, there are people who are introverts, there are people who are extroverts, and which is not fault of anything, but it's something that you need to consider for, preferences and interests. So that's one element, and I call it software number one. How are you wired? It's very important. The second part is, which I will call like software number two, are the trainings, right? Trainings or education. What are you trained for? So if you are trained as an accountant, you can do something else. We'll come to that later. You can certainly do completely something else, but definitely what you are trained for contributes in your career decision. It's very important. I think a classic example we have heard from our sister here, the way she, excellently veered through, and in the last, she went to HR and she's doing so very well in that aspect. So what you're trained for contributes to, one of the main factors for you to look at in making decisions of your career. But another internal issue, so I'm still on the internal side, okay? So another internal issue which I'll consider are your goals. What are your goals? I think everybody wants to make money, right? You have a goal of making money, being rich. You want work-life balance. It's a goal. I want work-life balance. So those are very important factors. What are you dreaming? Those are very important factors for you to consider in looking at your career. I will, come back to it in a short while. So the external factors, what I would consider the external factors now, would be, let's say, like a job market. What job market has to offer. If you want to consider a career that exists in your market, and what would be your market is where you envisage yourself to be. If you envisage yourself as a global citizen, then you can be probably thinking globally. The job markets available in the globally. If you view yourself from a Tanzania settings or Africa settings or regional settings, then that is what you would be good to consider in determining who you want to be. So again, in the external, there's something for future as well. So what are the future prospects? So if you want to choose a certain career, does it have good future prospects, right? And I think this comes in very, very, very much with people. I think people, they look at two, most of the times, which we can have detailed discussion on in a minute. People look at, ni kazi ipi sasa hivi inalipa? Actually, before they even go to university or something, they start asking, ni kazi ipi inalipa? They're looking at future. And that, so they are combining almost like a goal, making money, and the future prospects of that particular job that one wants to do. And I think I find many times people being locked in these two scenarios, right? Money, future and money, getting locked in these two scenarios. But it's important to consider these other factors. We'll come back to that in a minute. So future prospects is very important. And, I'll probably share a small story here. When I was growing up, we used to, most of you are very young. So when we were growing up, we didn't have this, mobile phones. Okay, they were not there. Just for you to know. Just for you to know, they were not there. And there used to be landlines, okay? And not everyone had a landline, right? So not every home, like now, everybody has a phone. Not everyone actually, I think very, very few people, not I think, very, very few people had a landline. Probably in a village you'd find, Kokanisani, and probably one more person, probably. If I recall in my village, I think probably one or two, yes. So you can imagine the way we were communicating, and I can't figure it out how we were managing, And what we used to do is, so if one wants to make a phone call, there used to be some boxes at post office. So you would travel to go make a phone call. So my dad used to work in the city. So I will go with my mother, for us it was like 6 kilometers, right? From home, and we walk. It was walking. So you walk, going to make a phone call, okay? Quite an experience, eh? And go to make a phone call. And when you reach there, you don't just dial and then it gets to the other side. No. You dial, you're dialing to post office. Actually, the post office is right there. But you dial to an operator. And then you ask the operator, can you get me through to this number? You give him or her the number. And then they dial, and then, you wait. So you find yourself, there's so many of you waiting. So you can wait there for 1 hour or 2 hours. You're waiting for the call back. And that's at the end of the day, just to cut the story short, you make your phone call after you get connected and finish, you go home. So the work of operator is now gone, right? Is now gone. And that's where I was heading to. So if someone was training to be an operator for a telephone operator, it's done now. It's almost not existing. And there were so many, across the country. And also, there are jobs now that would not, I think you have had this conversation, you have had this conversation severally. There are jobs now that would not be there in future. And now it's even more, obvious. Things are changing so fast. So one or two that I can think of, and without annoying, anything, one of it is, let's say, drivers. If one wants to become a driver now, a young person now, and you'll be getting married soon, if you have a child and is dreaming to be a driver as a profession, they're professional drivers, right? Probably that job may not exist in the near future. Yeah, there will be self-drive cars, there will be flying cars, there will be all sorts of things. So that may not exist. So consideration of future is very important on choosing your career. You talk about these days, and without any whatever, let's say cashier. That is from my profession, accounting. Cashier, it is there now, and it will still be there for some times. But with the digitalization of currency and the way things are going, is something that may vanish over time, right? So there are many other. Actually, I saw somewhere a teacher. If one is aspiring to be a teacher, the projections are that the profession might be there. It may take time, but it's going to vanish as well. Yeah, it's going to vanish as well, because now there are robots that are teaching by far better, by far with precision. We may not see it now, but it's coming. So if one was aspiring to be a teacher, you need to think through that. You allowed it to be there temporarily or people change careers, so we'll come back to that. So the future, thinking about the future is very important. So that is the second part of the external part. But the third one that I can consider, what is the job requirement of that particular career that you want to be in? So if something that requires certain things that you may not have, let's say these days there's no gender-based work, because we do things, but there's still some works that probably needs a little bit of more muscles than, muscles than. So if you may find that you need to consider that in choosing your career, but also community around influences us to be to what we want to be. If you are in a community, and that's why you find in certain community you find, if you have ever noticed this, there are lawyers in certain communities, there are doctors in certain communities, there are military professionals in certain community. So community around might influence as well. Now, it's very, very important, and this is, we are talking about excellence, right? It's very important to think through these factors. You may, many times we really don't spend much time to it. We go and we fall into whatever life has to bring. But if you can think through, plan for it, you will have a better life. You will have excellency. It's likely for you to excel more if you're doing something that you like, right? It's not something that you just found yourself into it because you want money. If you can plan for it and get something that in line with your interest, in line with your values, depending on what you want to be, who you want to be, then that will be, those are very important things to consider. Did I consider all those factors? No, no. Would I have been better if I considered all those factors? Certainly yes. Certainly yes. There are things, and I think when she was introducing, she was, initially when she was talking, she said there are things that others went through that you don't want to go through. It's not necessary. So, thank you. So, there are things that others went through. So if I knew all this, these days, and I'll be very open, these days, my life has completely changed. The things that I value, the things that I am looking at, so much different. And I will probably share. I'm more focused now on a quality, let's say like work-life balance. How can I balance, my health, my family, and, my earnings, and other things, my community, my friends. That's very, very important. And I feel so much satisfaction with that. So much satisfaction with that. So if I knew all these factors, definitely I would have been better, right? So then the second part of the question, how then do you involve a mentor? First of all, let me ask, how many of us here have mentors? Anyone? Okay, I believe probably there may be one or two or few that may have. But our community, we have had almost like a culture of really like not putting a lot of emphasis on mentors and mentorships. These are very, very important aspect. There are people that I look to as my mentors, even as now. So for a person that is starting a journey, it's even more important. So it's very important to answer that question. It's very important to get a mentor in the process. And the way to go about it is not to ask the mentor to make a decision for you, right? You are the decision maker of who you want to be, of where you want to go. But mentor can help guiding through, right? Your thought process, your refining the way things to, look for. Yesterday, just classic, yesterday, I was with my mentee. So I have a person that I've been mentoring, one of the persons that I've been mentoring for. So he owns business now. It's a business owner. And he wants to make a decision of he's hiring people. So we had a very interesting conversation. And in the conversation, he really refined and changed his mind significantly from the decisions that he wanted to make after the conversation. So mentoring is very, very, very important. So collect your, the issues that I've highlighted, what you want to, how you want to look at it, your interests, your personality, your values, your preferences, your training, your goals, matching with, with the external environment. Put as much as possible together. And also casually talk to other people, talk to your friends, hear them out, what they're thinking. And once you get all that, then if you go to mentor with a few options that you have and you think through together, you consult, you refine with your mentor, it's very likely that you will end up making a very good decision. And I insist, mentor is not to make decision for you. Rather, to guide you, to encourage you, to inspire you to be able to narrow down and refine to what really you want to be. And that's very important aspect. So thank you.
A round of applause to Brother Ntui for that extensive narration of the two questions that we posed to him. I know our time is almost have grown wings, but I'm commanding you to stop in Jesus' name. No, I'm kidding. Time has to go. But when you were talking, before I ask another question to another panelist, you said about, see, I'm taking notes too, the process of learning never comes to an end. You mentioned two things that were quite interesting to me, that as you're trying to pick what career you should embark on, look at what's available in your area, what's available in your job market that surrounds your, in your locality. And again, you said, it works better if you pick something that you like. Now, it reminded me of a story of actually two students, because the one had just graduated, another one is much younger. And I was poking them when they were growing up. What do you want to become? Coincidentally, both of them, they said they want to become astronauts. Now, we don't have astronauts in Africa. And unfortunately, they're not coming from a well-off family. So for someone like that, they want to become astronauts. That's what they love to do, but they cannot really afford. Should they just throw it away, give up on it? How should they go about it? Someone loves to do something that, but by all means, by all indication in their locality, is not easily attainable. How can you advise such a person?
Very interesting question and very practical. So you may want to be someone, and it's not easily available in your locality. First of all, my advice will be 2 or 3 things. One, you need to pray for it. You know, it's absolutely very important. You need to earnestly pray for it. Because if that is what you strongly feel about it, you need God's guidance. And God can make a way where there's no way. So that's point number 1. But as you pray, as well, look at what else is available in your market, that you can do to steer your way. I will tell you, there are things that I long for that I've not done, But slowly, and I still believe that, slowly, I've been steering myself towards that. I believe one day, passionately, it's things that I am passionate about. One day, I will be able to even do those things, when time comes. So I steer my way towards that direction in small way, because one day I'm preparing for myself for that. So if that particular aspect is not available in your market, it's important to consider. It's important to consider doing something different or doing something related, and start steering away. Don't lose your dream. She wanted to be an accountant, right? Her dad wanted her to be an accountant. Even when you want to be, let's say if I wanted to be an accountant and for whatever scenario, for whatever reasons, whether it's not available, it's available, but for whatever reasons it didn't happen, doesn't mean it's an end of it. You can do something else, and I've seen engineers that have become accountants. I've seen lawyers that have become different, HRers. So you can do something different, and later on find a way, to veer back into what you were dreaming. I know one doctor, one medical doctor, who wanted to do certain specialization in the medical field. And he comes from a very poor background, and that specialization is not taught here. So, but he went to to be a medical doctor, and one day he bounced on. So he was assigned to Aga Khan, and one day he bounced on a medical doctor from a doctor of that specialization from South Korea. And when they chatted, the South Korean doctor found a scholarship for him, and he went for it. He didn't give up. So there are many ways, but first of all, pray for it. Do something different. With your dream still stick as you pray for it, knowing that you can always veer back to it.
Wow, what a practical solution. Thank you so much for that. There's so much, these people, like I told you, they are loaded. So if I'm to just channel questions to Brother Ntui alone, time will be spent up and will not have finished. So let's just move on to something else, because there are a lot of things we want to cover. At least give you the basics on several fields. Now, we've heard how to choose your career, the importance of mentorship. Now, let me assume I know what I want to do right now. There's someone mentoring me, and I'm about to graduate to go out into the labor market. Sister Amelia, can you please guide us when I'm coming out there? And by the way, some people might be wondering, what if I don't want to be employed? Just to make a premature announcement. I'm calling it premature. The same team, which is Men's Fellowship of DPC, that prepared this session, they'll be preparing another session specifically for entrepreneurship. So you don't have so many questions, what about me, what about me? Yes, you were thought of, and your session will be coming. But for today, let's focus on those who will be going straight into employment. Though we know by statistics, not so many are going in there, but at least for those who will be going, have a tough muscle to go there. So Sister Amelia, if you can tell us, because I'm coming to Helios or Total to apply for a job because I'm a graduate, I'm well mentored, and the first thing you see before you see my face is my CV. And we have this tendency of trying to impress the employers with long, extensive CV, which actually there's no substance in it. Can you please take us through what exactly a CV of a young graduate should look like? And you just, on top of that one, you just continue with showing us, my CV maybe is good and I've come in. What do you expect to see from me as a person and my personality as a whole? If you can take us through that, please.
Thank you very much. How many minutes for that?
How many minutes will be enough for you?
I'm just kidding. No, it's good to work with time so that
Yeah,
I
10.
don't. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, 10 is too much because it's simple. You say it's graduate, right?
Yes.
People are coming from
Yes.
universities or colleges. We just need 2 minutes to prepare a CV, or rather understand the CV that is looked for with the employer. So just to, before I start the topic, to add on my brother, he spoke very well. Kama mjapata haya madini, sijui watu wao wanalipia kupata madini kama hayo, na tunalipa pesa nyingi sana kupata kujua nini kinahitajika kwenye career na nini wewe kama individual ufanye. Kwa tafadhali naomba niwaone mnachukua hata notes kidogo, kwa sababu ukisikiliza tu unaweza ukajikuta ukitoka unasahau, lakini ukiandika kidogo pembeni, hata ukienda kupitia baadaye na kusaidia. Ameongea vitu vikubwa sana. Mimi mwenyewe nilikuwa na note na maana kila siku tunajifunza. Sawa? Na sisi ni binadamu, tunatakiwa kujikumbusha. Kwa ukiandika utajikumbusha. Naomba Roho Mtakatifu aongoze katika hili. Lakini pia tu ni kusema kwamba alichokizungumza ni ndio vitu ambavyo vinaendelea. It is what is existing. Some of us are a living example, like pointed out. So my desire was to do law. But when I went into law, I was not able to do it because I figured, oops, it's something that I desired, but maybe I'm not there yet. So it's very important to know yourself. And then when you know yourself, then be persistent. That's what he was talking about, your goals. Goals can change, but be very careful changing goals every now and then. That's why it's very important to write your goals down. So for those who read Bibles, Habakkuk, if you read Habakkuk 2, will guide you. You need to write down your goals. Whatever you're thinking, write down. They may be 10, but over time, you'll be able to pick what you really, really think you can do. Sometimes, yes, it is important to listen to our parents because they can see things. They've seen things. They're able to see far better than what we can do at times. But don't shy away from also sharing what you're feeling so that your parents can guide you. So the mistake that I did, I was not sharing what I wanted. I wanted to impress my father. Do you understand? That's why maybe I went to that tour, but I'm not regretting. God has a purpose for everything that you go through in life. Be thankful and enjoy the moment that you're in. And that's what my brother was talking about in our career. So if you find yourself in a situation where you don't understand, be sure to look for someone that you think can guide you. And these people at times, they're called mentors. Don't be scared with this word mentor and you think it's someone who needs to have I don't know what. And how can I reach this person? You have mentors within yourselves, within your families, and communities, churches like here. So now you're meeting here the panelists. We are very few. There are many of us. Yeah? Don't shy away from asking what you do and remain persistent and consistent. And I want to add, because you're looking now to come into, for example, Joyce said, you're looking to come into employment to the world, the market. But you know what we're talking about applies both ways. Even if you want to self-employ yourself, listen to these tools. They will help you in one day or another. Because you're going to employ people. If you're going to be self-employed, eventually you'll start employing people. So you need to understand how to manage people, what career means to other people as well. And that is your career path, entrepreneurship. You can call it that way. So remember, we live in a VUCA world, and I want you to write that word VUCA, and I want you to go, and I know you're very good in searching, Google, VUCA, V-U-C-A, yeah? Some of you already know it. I like to work with short forms because they help you remember. And then when you remember, it will help you whenever you make your decision to actually refer back. VUCA means volatile. We live in a world that is volatile, uncertainty. It is very complex and a lot of ambiguous. So go and read. This was a strategy that was used back initially with the soldiers, but nowadays it is used by corporate people, it's used by entrepreneurs to make decisions and to understand the world you're living in. So as you make your way into the job market, fresh from school, I'm assuming, most of us. When I say fresh from school, for us, we consider even 1 year. Even if you finish you've graduated, after a year, we still consider you fresh. So, with a CV, we need a simple CV. If you can do 1 page, that would be great. Trust me, that would be of interest for any executive people to look at. Be it in the workplace or even in that entrepreneur proposal you're writing. You're starting something. Make it brief, make it short, precise. Yeah, that's what we're looking for. But I give you 2 maximum. Because if I say 1, you say, hey, that's too much. Okay, let me, be just and fair. So for us who are coming from school or college, let us have at most maximum 2 pages. And that 2 pages, what are we looking for as recruiters? Remember nowadays, I just advertised a job for a PA executive. And I have 500 CVs within 3 days. It's not a joke. And most of the CVs that I've perused so far, they're actually lawyers, most of them. They're people with MBAs, master's degrees. So what does it mean? We have so many people out there. And so your CV, if it has 5 pages, do you think I'll be able to read? No, I'll be honest with you. I'm being very honest. When we go through the portals, and nowadays, the CVs are sent through job portals. LinkedIn, if you're writing your CV manually and you're submitting it to our offices, many offices don't look. Actually, we pilot, and then we throw it away. Yeah? Yes, I'm being very honest, and take it from me. That's what I'm saying. First of all, congratulations for you who actually are here to listen to this, because this will help you. Now, many jobs are being advertised online. Yeah? Follow instructions. Do submit your 1, maximum 2 pages if you're a graduate CV. What are we looking for in that CV? Well, at first, don't put your name with bold, like 20 font. Yeah? Surely, you're taking a lot of space for nothing. Just be simple, consistent in font. Don't change. Here you have Roman whatever, here Century Gothic, there I don't know. We see this. You can attest to this. It's not something that I'm making up. But we in HR are seeing a lot more, because until you reach them, we've already pre-selected. So you want your CV to attract. How does it attract? By having a proper structure. Yeah? There is no one shoe fits all. My brother is from UN. They have a different format of CV writing. Am I lying? To date, I haven't mastered it. So it's about you. Where do you want to go? So far, I'm not looking to go into UN, so I haven't read that. But I urge you who are coming to market to apply everywhere, and therefore understand the type of CV they are looking for. Our colleagues in UN, they're looking for a different format. I don't know if you'll be able to highlight a little bit so they can understand, or you can guide them where they can find this type of CV. In a corporate world, we're looking for, I wouldn't say this is the way a CV should look like. It is how you structure, because I've seen different types of CV. I wish I could show you the simplest one, but like I said, it's by God's grace I'm here. So if I can just ask for you guys who are here, I know you're techno-savvy, go online and say best CVs. Look at the best CVs. See how simplicity it is. And you get the same. Trust me, if you say best CVs, You all get the best CVs, and it will be more or less the same. That's why I'm afraid to give you, this is the way it should look like. But one thing you should know, we're looking for simplicity. We're looking for accuracy. Please check spelling, grammar. The word career, is it, you see there? How do people write career? The minute I see a CV written career with I, yeah, it puts me off. Like, this person is not paying attention to details. Imagine you're looking to come work for the organization. You've heard what he said, quality. Quality means even the spell check. And nowadays we have spell check. When you have, you're writing on the word, you can check your spelling before you submit. And please pay attention. The CVs that you're submitting to us, if you've applied to Total, why are you submitting a Total CV to EY? So be careful. I know we are applying to many organizations. Pay attention to details, and I mean it. Because your CV will be put aside. They might like it, but then they'll say, let's look first. And they will definitely find, like I said, we're looking for one person who are receiving CVs more than 500. So, and we don't look at all the CVs. So, my brother said, pray so that you can send out. Because our God is God of excellence. And if he has promised you that job, and you have that feeling, talk to him. If he doesn't give you, just know it wasn't for you. There is something for you elsewhere. So remain persistent, and that's what I would say on CV. But without forgetting now what we've added on CV nowadays. When I like your CV, that simple CV from the university, where you've written your accomplishment, yeah, you've written internship. I want to see internship. Be it paid internship or not paid. I prefer not paid. Because you don't take internship because they are not paying you. I know most people, when you say we're not paying, and I always test them, by the way. When they come to us, we do pay, but I've always, for years and years, when somebody comes, I'll say we don't pay, but I'll give you the internship. Do you know what? Some don't show up. When you don't show up, it means you are not good. You are after money. Yes, we all need money. Yes, we work for money, but money is never an end to everything. It is part. It is something that helps us to move or do or whatever that we want to do or to achieve. But it's not an end to everything. Most of us, we put money first. How much? Money comes. How much? What have you done? What have you shown so far? Yeah? If you have the spirit of excellence, you will go, even if they say they don't pay, you will do the work, and your work will make you be paid. Paid even what you did not expect. So that, please remember, and please, when you are privileged to hear this information that we're sharing, please go back and also share with your friends at school. Yeah, be that champion, be that light to the other students. I said I'll tell you the secret we do now. After I've selected the 5 CVs out of 500, then I'll go into the media, social media. I will check on you. We've seen wonders in social medias. And what we do, we ignore your CV completely, and we put the name in the blacklist. Some of the things you're putting on social media today, it will affect you in future. People will look and they will find. And we've found things in social media. So be careful what you're posting. Would you be happy your parents to see it? Would you be happy your boss, your employer to see it? So we're not looking for your technical know-how. We're not looking for that anymore because you already have it. You went to school, you have it. And we know that a graduate or first degree is a stepping stone. If you have it, it means you are able to be taught. So we are looking for soft skills. We are looking for soft skills. Soft skills can be defined in all the ways that people define, but remember, it's a first impression that matters. The halo effect, they call it in HR. When you walked in, your handshake, your body movement, you are speaking, how you do things. So it's a spirit of excellence, and it's a choice. You have a choice to portray what is excellence, just like your Father. When I say your Father, I mean our God in heaven. See how excellent He is. Look at what is done in all the things that is done, the making. Look at yourself. That is a spirit of excellence. And it's a choice. And God does not force anybody. You have a choice to be who you want to be. So the impression, we'll look at it, the first impression. And I was telling Joyce, in our marking scheme for the interview sheet, the first thing is actually the dress code, the appearance. How did this person appear when they come in? These days you find young men, you put on these trousers, they're hanging somewhere, and then they're also tight. And then you've tucked in, you're coming for an interview. I mean, that is not corporate wear. I'm talking corporate, I'm talking about anywhere decent. That you can wear elsewhere. But in the workplace, do proper attire. Ladies, same thing. Ladies, same thing. Just because you tight yourself, you can't even breathe, it doesn't give you a job. After all, you distort everything. Trust me, I look at those myself, not to mention the others. But we look at it and we put a mark. So first impression, how you carry yourself, how you present yourself, how you give a handshake. Your handshake speaks louder than anything. There's a place where I was offered a job because of my handshake. They said, can we hire this person? But I was not ready to move. Just the handshake. So it boils down to, I can't give you one thing or one shoe fits all, but read about what is expected in corporate world, in a marketplace, or professional, someone to be called professional. And when I say professional, even an engineer can be a professional too, in the sense that of dress code. I know engineers, they put on polo shirt, t-shirts, and they put on jeans, and when you tell them to wear a suit, my friend, it's like, I totally appreciate that. But if they put that polo t-shirt in a manner and the way that it looks corporate appropriate, we do consider that and we mark them 5 out of 5 if the mark is 5 out of 5. Okay? So it depends on where you're going. If you go to the bank like that, you're in trouble, and I'll be honest, the bankers will help us. So mind to address you, the first impression, but soft skills ranges to a number of things, including the way you speak, carry yourself, how you use the words, and yeah, the list is endless. Read about it, because here we're not to highlight each and everything assuming you know. It's a process, and the process takes time. If you can understand the process, then trust me, you'll be able to get to the end. And always, with the spirit of excellence, you must complete what you start. And if you cannot complete, make sure you communicate and give reasons as to why you did not complete, so that it is completed. Do you get my point? Thank you very much.
Wow, that was, yes, I'd appreciate that one. Thank you. That was quite a lot. That was quite a lot. Not in terms of minutes, in terms of content. Social media and money orientation and self-presentation and, oh wow, you don't really get, as the saying goes, you don't get a second chance to make a good first impression. Out of 500 people, you miss it one bit, that's it, you're gone. So you can't afford to leave out any stone unturned. Just do your research, do it very, very well. And you mentioned about those who are choosing internship based on money. I've learned one thing. It's not all about, yeah, and of course they've said it, it's not all about money all the time. After all, you're young, you have a lot to learn. What do you want money for? Of course you need to eat, you need to rent out, you need to do those things, but it's not money that will make room for you out there, it's your value. And where do you get it from? From those who are already there, so for them to teach you. So at least have some discipline on yourself, put a leash on yourself, undergo take some sacrifices, a year, 2, 3 years, 5 years, but it will be all worth it in the long run. Thank you so much, Sister Amelia. I'm just thinking about people who are coming to ask for, not necessarily internship, but you want to some volunteers. A company like yours. We were talking with one person we thought would have been able to join us, but unfortunately the person had an emergency. And the person was sharing with us how one person went to their office. They wanted to volunteer, but they were asking, how much will you pay me? I'm like, eh? How much will you pay me? You are at home, you're not doing anything. Yes, I understand. Maybe what you're saying is fine. We were sharing with Sister Amelia prior to the starting of this session. Maybe what you're saying is far from where that job is being offered. You can be honest. And it's true, I'm willing to volunteer, but this is not my idea, and I'm taking it from the experienced ones. You can say, yes, I'm open to the idea, but to be honest, I would appreciate if you could just help me with the transport. You know, God is waiting for you to walk through that little door, and a whole lot of opportunities will be waiting for you on the other side. So meet God halfway and just go in. And for those of you who are blessed with well-off parents, God bless them, you know, we're grateful for them, but don't think they'll carry you throughout. They might say, if you don't pay me, my parents give me an allowance of such and such amount every month. What if they're not there tomorrow? Are you going to be taking a part of sand from their grave every day to survive? No. While they're there, take advantage of their help, of their support, of the leverage that you have, and carve out, a destiny for yourself. Okay, my dear ones, just fight for your own life. They brought you to this earth, but they're not responsible for your future. Like they said, have a mentor, but make the final decision. Now, Brother Twisa, you've been there a long time. You've seen a lot, just like the rest of them. There's this tendency that when people they've gone through the process that the two panelists have shared, and now that they're in, only to be there for 2 years and to either to be kicked out or not be able to put up with the environment anymore. So what should one do to survive in that market? Or what exactly are you expecting from someone you've employed to survive in the market?
Thank you. To survive is something that you really are struggling in. You're surviving. But rather I would use the word thrive.
Thank you. That's a better one. Thank you.
For a person to thrive in the employment. I've been a student of a school of thought that was generated. I don't remember the person who generated it, but I'm a student of that thought that when you encounter difficulties at your workplace, the fault is for you not to ask for assistance. You will be at fault if you encounter difficulty and you don't ask for assistance. That's number one. You have a certain difficulty, you don't understand how to accomplish a certain task, you won't look very much of a fool to just go to a colleague or to a senior person and say, I have been given this task, but I can't make a head or tails out of it. If you do not ask for assistance and you go ahead, barrel down 120 miles per hour into a wrong direction, and you come back to me and tell me I've accomplished it and I look at it and it's completely wrong, I'll fire you on spot. Yeah, because you've traveled very far in a very wrong direction without asking. What was so difficult about asking? Now imagine a real life situation. For example, you are at an airport and you thought you read your boarding gate to be H12, and only to realize when you get to H that was your seating position in the aircraft, not the boarding gate. And they call you, this passenger such and such, you are the last person, we are waiting for you. It would have been a lot easier if you just went to a person and say, I'm traveling to go to wherever that I'm going, but I don't know where the gate is. They will look at your boarding pass and they will tell you, your gate is in this direction. It would help you. If you can't make head or tails out of the system, how it works. So you get into a job and you want to thrive, make sure you become the there is a certain book that I have at home. It says Mechanics for Dummies. Make sure you are a dummy. But a dummy in an intelligent way. Ask questions. Ask for guidance to those people. And once you've gone in some distance, you can also go back to the same person who gave you the task and say, I am at this juncture and I intend to do such and such. And once they look at it, because most of the experienced people, they will just look at I'll just listen to what you are presenting, and they can tell whether you are right or you are wrong. Just a nod from them would encourage you to take the next step and the next step, and voila, before you know it, you know exactly how to do that thing the next time it is asked of you. So to thrive, you need that. And to thrive, you also need to learn about the culture of the place that you are in. You really need to know the culture of the place that you are in. I can't emphasize this enough. Some people in my employment experience, some people like to be go and Joyce is your boss. You just don't call her Joyce, you call her boss. Boss, I have such and such. Boss, such and such. Sour boss. Yes. If you don't do that, you have it wrong. And there are some places that I've worked that a person as a senior, as a CEO, asks you to call them, first of all, they are senior in position and in age, but they ask you to call them in their first name basis. And some of them, they'll ask you to call them in their nicknames, if they have ones. So, and you come from a culture where a boss is a boss, and this person tells you, don't call me that, call me such and such. You have to learn it. Because if you don't, you'll keep calling them bosses and they don't like it. Once they don't like you, it sequesters your possibility for promotion. It sequesters the possibility for opportunities that would benefit you personally. Because while we work, we benefit the employer, but there are so many other things that benefit us personally. You know, you are taken to a certain training, you are taken to a certain country for such and such exposure. It benefits the employer because you'll be much more efficient, but then it benefits you much more than them. So these things will just be history to you if you don't quite understand. And number 3, to thrive at the career of choice, remember that you are not putting one leg in and another one out. It is not an insurance policy. So I come here to work for Serengeti Breweries as a sales and marketing director, or whatever position that is given of me. And since I'm born again, I am not going to sell these beers as much as I can. That is a wrong decision. If you are born again, then you should not ask for employment to a beer company if you don't believe in it. But if you are, and you actually went and got that employment, do one heck of a job. Sell them like nobody sold beer before. Now, you would understand, I put this forward because there is one thing that I believe so firmly, that you cannot perform in a manner that is inconsistent with who you are on the inside. So if you are born again and you want to work for that, if you are to excel into a position that you really don't believe in, then you have to work inconsistent with what you believe. And that will be a torture to you. It will be a torture. So, but these are some of the things that my colleagues will touch when you choose a career. Maybe choose, like the previous speaker spoke about it, choose something that you're passionate about. So, for example, you are born again and you want to sell Bibles. Do you think that would be a problem to you? No, you will sell Bibles like nobody sold Bibles. So these are the areas that I think you really should focus in to thrive at your workplace. I wonder if, did I have a second one? No, I did. I just only one. Thank you.
I only asked you one question, but of course there's another one coming. Thank you for that. You've reminded me of a story of mine, if you allow me to share, when I just graduated from the university. By the way, it's some years back. Eh? Oh, I didn't introduce myself, did I?
No.
Wow. Who said that loud no? Don't worry. He's my friendly brother, so it's okay. In 2005, that's when I graduated from the University of Dar es Salaam with Bachelor of Commerce and Management. And by then, we were among the students that we did well in our marketing class. So our teacher took the trouble of finding a job offer for some of us, like 3 to 5 of us, to this marketing agent company. So we went there, we did our first interview, and we passed. They asked us to go through the second interview. My goodness, I remember I rehearsed the whole night because they wanted to make a presentation in 5 minutes. It has to be very substantial. It has to be extensive, but within 5 minutes. I went home, I rehearsed. Check, that paper was long, but I make sure I collected all the points within 5 minutes. So when I went in the next day, my goodness, you could imagine the impression I left. And I was told, come next day, we discuss about your job. And I had this feeling, this weird feeling, I was going to be given an account that I would not be really, really happy about. You know what agents do? They take companies and they market their products. So I went in the next day and I was given a contract to sign. And the manager was so impressed and said, you know, Joyce, we want you to start with this particular account right away. And I was like, which account is that? You'll be handling Konyagi. And I'm like, Konyagi. Mind you, I was born again already, on fire for my Lord by then. I was like, me, standing on the pulpit, asking people not to drink, and here marketing it. I was like, God, I mean, the offer was good. For someone who's coming straight from the university, that amount of money they were promising to pay me was very tempting. So I told them, can I go back and think about it? So I went home, I shared with my friend. Obviously, there was no peace in me. Absolutely zero peace. And I said, good God, how do I turn this down? And I wasn't staying even at home because I remember Brother Mtu was sharing, and he said he came only to Dar es Salaam to learn, for studies. And that's how I came to Dar es Salaam. It's not like I was born here. No, I wasn't. So I was living with with the family friends somewhere out there. You know, imagining you're staying not with your parents, and now you're here turning down an offer to people who don't even understand what's the logic behind. I'm like, Jehovah, you have to help me in this one. But you know what? I thought thoroughly about it, and finally I came to a conclusion that if I perish, I perish. I can't do this. Sincerely, I cannot do this. So I went back and I, in a very downcast face, manner and heart, and I was like, boss, I can't really take up an offer. And God is faithful. He said, I thought so when you left here yesterday. I thought you wouldn't take it up. I said, oh, thank God. So I went back home and I told the mom that I was living with, I had to turn it down, and I told her my reasons. She wasn't really happy, but because God favored me, she was like, it's fine. If you think it will be compromising your faith and your values, that's okay. God will give you another one. So I only felt like sharing that example because Brother Twisa said you cannot really perform well doing a job that is inconsistent with what you believe in and what are your values. So pick it and pick your job very well. Thank you so much, Brother Twisa. Just a quick one. We're left with only a few minutes, but I know we'll get to hear all that needs to be heard. Just a quick one, Brother Twisa. Now you were employed and now you're self-employed, and all the journey that you've had in your corporate world and now into business. When you're looking back, do you have any regrets? That if I had known such and such better, probably I would have been doing maybe something different, or maybe I would have done better.
Thank you. Life has a way of playing tricks on every other person's mind, but I think the only regrets that I have in life is the things that I didn't get to do, the things that I never tried. although I had a very strong feeling in my heart that I really should do this, but then I chickened out for what my kids nowadays use. They say, "Dad, you are chickening out." I didn't use that word when I was growing up. So, so I guess it resonates with most of you. So the things that I chickened out from are the things that I have the most regrets, because then I don't know how they would have panned out. I felt this in my heart, then I should do, because I believe that once God brings something in your view, something ahead of you, he brings it. He's not like how kids used to do in my time. Wakati tunakuwa umepewa pipi alafu wenzako hawajapewa, what we used to do is tunafanya hivi, ona, alafu naidumbukiza mdomoni, au you know, like we call it kuringishia, eh? Mungu does not do that. He does not bring something to you akuringishie kwamba nyoli. No. So when he brings it to you in your view, that is yours to take. But then again, you may chicken out. So those will be maybe the cause of the biggest regret in your life. Talk about mistakes. Yes, I've done plenty of them, and I think as a human being, I will continue to do them as I get older. Because we don't know about tomorrow. The next minute that we live here, we don't know about it. So we may make decisions based on information that we have now, but that information may be wrong the very next minute. Take, for example, the people who invested in Enron just before it crashed. What would you tell them about, you know? Or any other risk venture that people tried and then they failed. You try something, floods come. You are a farmer. You try something, floods come, they take everything. Would you go and gonga hodi kwenye nyumba ya Mungu kwamba Mungu, you did nyoli to me? No, you can't. So I really don't have other regrets for the things that I did, because I can have perfect explanation of them. And to finish it up, I was in a certain presentation that the former Prime Minister Sumaye, when he was the Prime Minister, was speaking. It was a church setting. I think it was at a Lutheran church. And he said, in the last day, God will ask us of all the things that we did and the things that we didn't, of all the things that we said and all the things that we left unsaid. And it hit me like a ton of rock. There are things that we didn't do that when asked in the last day, we would have very difficult time explaining ourselves. Because the things that you did, you probably would, say, Mungu nilikuwa na njaa siku ile. Sasa nilipoiba yale mapera. I mean, ungekuwa mimi ungefanyaje? But what about the things that you didn't do? You go and meet a brother, now this is the faith setting, you meet a brother, he's sick and well, and you feel prompting of the Spirit to pray for them, and you say, well, mazingira hayalipi hapa. Ningemuombea yani, lakini hayalipi. And then you don't pray for that person, and you go and something happens. Would you live with that? Would you be able to explain that very well when asked for it? So the things that I did, but the things that I didn't do, those are the greatest regret. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you for that. I have so many questions, but I will leave it to the audience after we return later on after the break. We've heard of all that they've shared. We've gone through the process of going the recruitment process. We are in, but there are some people who are thinking, you guys are just talking because maybe you happen to have good connections. There's some people who helped you climb that ladder. But you have a brother here working with the UN. Now, we would ask him to tell us, who connected you there? Who did you know before joining that organization? Is there such a thing as fairness in recruitment process?
Thank you so much, Sister Joyce, and thanks, colleagues, for setting the stage. Well, yeah, fair recruitment is a controversial topic, and it has a lot of paradigms and beliefs from different people take it differently, and people believe it. And I think many people I have met, they believe that you can get, especially in this big organization, through connections. And I have gone through a lot of blames. Why are you not ready to connect me and all that? But since my earlier career, I have never believed about connections. As I said, my first job was with the Ministry of Health in the government. And I worked there for 1 year. After, in fact, that was my first interview. The first interview I went to the ministry, it was in the project. I met a white woman, a Poland woman, and 2 Tanzanians. They were interviewing me. They took me through the interviews. Then there was practical. They had a computer, do Excel. They were looking for an accountant by then, just from the university. I'd taken I think I didn't stay so long in this, looking for a job. Of course, I had done internship when I was at the 3rd year. Free internship, I was not paid. So that set me for the basic CV she was talking about. So I wrote my 1-page CV and I submitted and I was called. We were about, according to them, there were about 400, I think, applicants. And, imagine a fresh graduate. But I was able to impress them and they gave me the job. So after 1 year, I had done my CPA. Immediately after the CPA, those days, we could be approached by agencies. By the time you graduate, your CPA offers would follow you because we were very few by then. So I had offers from NGOs and USAID. So I was picked by one organization. I went there as a finance officer. Again, I knew nobody there. It just came in a group. We didn't have WhatsApp group by then. I think there was a Google group or something like that. When we graduated, someone posted, we are looking for a finance officer. Then someone told me, you look like you can fit for this. In fact, they were looking for someone with a CPA, and you have it already. So I sent in my application, and they invited me to the interview. Again, I met this Kenyan man, and I will remember him for many years. He was the country director for the organization, and 2 ladies. They interviewed, and they were impressed. The Kenyan guy said, I'm going to take you, young man. You look so fit for this job. And he in fact, later on, I made him my mentor. I worked there for 4 years. That's the only place I've worked for many years. 4 years. So while working, in fact, I started as a finance officer, then I got to the promotion to the level of finance manager. Because I was working, I was still a bachelor, I don't have a family. I could leave my house at 6, come back at 8 at night, 7, working very hard. So in 2 years, I got promoted to a finance manager. So this Kenyan man told me, young man, if you continue this, you will go very far. You need to keep this. And I kept that. While working with that agents, there were other his friends and advertised jobs for finance managers in Yemen and Liberia. I applied. He told me, you need now to start thinking to work outside your country. At the age of 32, I got my first job outside the country as a finance manager in Liberia. It was post-war. They were still fighting in some of the parts of the country, but I sacrificed and I went to Liberia. I went there for 3 years. Of course, in between I got married. Then I decided to come back. I came back to take care of my wife because now the job was not, non-family post. You couldn't go with your wife in Liberia. It was still Hell, they were still fighting. In fact, we were working with our passport all the time. Because any time you can be told to fly back home. So it was risk, and we were told, you work with. When I came back, I worked for USAID. Yeah, in fact, immediately when I came back, I had 2 offers. When I decided to come back, I have 2 offers. Then I decided to work with USAID. I worked there for 2 years. Again, I just met these Americans. They are looking for a finance manager in a hotel, one of the hotels in the city. We spoke. I don't know them. In fact, when I was in school, I didn't use Masuzi. My name was Edward Stephen. So when I met the first time, I had sent my application and my CV. When we met, they were like, oh, we thought we were meeting a white man. Because I don't have an African name. But, the way the CV is constructed and the application, they were like, and I'll come to that. Why sometimes we complain. Why I have applied 500 times in the UN. I'm not getting the job. I'll get to that. Anyway, I worked there for 2 years. Then for some reason I felt I was enough. I was hired with another agency as a head of finance and operation. They are a British company. I worked there for 1 year. They changed the management. I was not happy with the new boss. And I told her I am leaving. She said, where are you going? I said, I'm going home. Why? I said, the environment is not peaceful for me to continue working here. I feel like let me rest for a bit and reflect whether I'm the one causing problem or you are the one making the problem. We were 1-to-1. I said, this is between me and you. Let me just go home. You are a foreigner here. I don't want to mess up with your status here. Because I can call immigration and all that. So I don't want to get to there. I want to leave you peaceful and you work. I stayed in home for 3 months. I also do business, by the way. Maybe the day they do entrepreneurship, I'll also come and talk. I stayed home for 4 months. Then one day, just chatting with my friends, they saw there's a job. Maybe you can be interested. They're looking for a finance director, one of the NGO here in the city. I applied. I met this white woman and 2 Tanzanians. They interviewed me. They looked impressed. Then the next day, I was told you will have another interview with people based in the US. I had another interview with HR team in the US. After that, another 2 days, they told, oh, you have another interview with the CFO. I had another interview with that CFO. I also got it. I worked there. In fact, when they offered me the job, they told me we had an internal candidate who was aspiring for this job. But after interviewing, we feel like he's not there yet. Can you tell us, how are you going to keep him and to make sure he's comfortable in the job? I told them right there that if you look at my CV, I normally don't stay more than 3 years in one organization. So trust me, if he wants the job, in 3 years he will have it. They were like, really? Oh, of course, when you look at your CV, yeah, we can see that. So in 3 years, where do you see yourself? I say, I don't know, but I don't think I will be there. That's what I told them. So, sometimes God listens to our prayers, even if we are not praying by kneeling down and closing our eyes, just the wish. I went to that organization. That was 2017. So 3 years was supposed to be 2020. I started around July. So 2020, in fact, December 19, I said, I need to work for the UN. I think it's time now. I work for the UN. 2019. I was in vacation in Mwanza with my family. I saw a job in Nairobi. And I applied. When I think in 5 days, they sent me an exam online. I did the exam. When I did the exam, a week later, we have come back. They sent me another exam. If you are interested, do this again. So I did it. Then they invited me for an oral interview, people based in Italy. So we had a long discussion about the job. That was January 2020. They disappeared again. around April, COVID was hitting around April 2020, if you remember. That's when they came back. They're like, you have been successful. I say, what? You have been successful. And if you are still interested, confirm in five days. Anyway, what I wanted to say, through my career, I have never been hand-held. Sijawahi kushikwa mkono. Kuna kazi hapa. I have, most of the time, whenever I see a job and I want it, I invest time to write the CV. She said it well. Customize the CV and the application to suit the job itself. I have reviewed a lot of CV and applications. Sometimes people even forget to change the heading. I'm applying for a finance manager. They forget I'm applying for a chief accountant. I have not advertised for a chief accountant here. So people don't take time to invest on preparing the application. When I was at mid-level, and even in my early level and mid-level career, I even went to the level of rehearsing an interview. Before I go to an interview, I invite a friend. I tell him or her to act as if she or he is interviewing me. Look at the job description. I also did the same for other people. They say, oh, you know what, I have been invited for an interview. What do you think I should go and say? I say, let's see the job description. And I start interviewing them. So make sure, read the job advert carefully. And as you are writing your application and your CV, try to be responding to what they're asking for. That would be successful. I have had two friends. One friend, a Malawian guy, he told me, I have applied several times in the UN. Not even, we are inviting you for an interview. Every time, we regret. What's happening? I told him, okay, let me send you what I sent to the UN when I was applying. So I downloaded what I had sent to the UN when I was applying for this job. And he read it. When he read it, he said, yeah, now I see. I see where I have been making a mistake. If I was a hiring manager, me myself, I would call you for an interview. What I'm trying to say, we don't spend time. She said earlier, in the UN, we have our own format on how we receive application and the CV. We don't receive these CVs from Google and all that. We have, the UN have their own format. And it's very simple actually. Not for me, it's very simple. These days now I have reviewed a lot of CVs of other people and applications. I think what we miss, we are just not comprehensive on when we respond. Just use the catching words when someone leads. The key points, don't do politics. Go to the point. Respond to what they're asking you. They're asking you, can you tell us if you have 7 years experience in budget, financial management, administration, operation? So you need to be specific. I have 7 years. This is what I have been doing. And you will be picked, honestly. You will be picked. They will call you for an interview. And with the UN, they don't even need to know your name. Like right now, one of the agents, they are hiring for a post, and they have sent the exams to the candidates, and they asked me to help with matching. So they sent me the 15 script of the candidate. I don't know anybody because there's no name. It's just so I can't even tell if there's a Tanzanian there. I wouldn't tell. I would just mark fairly because I don't know who is who. So you can't really say you need Edward to know that, Edward Elastus telling me, you know what, I need a job in New York and I have applied. Can you talk to them? That is impossible. It's very difficult to know because even Elastus is marked with a code. You will know Elastus at the end when they are now saying, okay, can you now tell the name of these 3 candidates? That is when someone go to the system and say, 5, 6, 7, 8 is Erastus. 9, 6, 5, 4 is Twisa. At the end of the process, not even at the beginning. So even when we read the CVs, and by the way, in the UN, we have a system who screens the candidates. the first batch of the screening is done by the system. So if you have not properly done your CV, they call screening question, and your application, the system will eliminate you automatically. It doesn't even get to the human being. So if we have, for example, there was a time we were hiring for around 7 candidates, and we received around, by the way, at least we can see the how do you call it, nationalities, but we don't see the names. We can see our nationalities. There was a time I was screening, we were advertising for around 70 posts, and we received around 700 from the portal. But when we prompted the system to screen, we ended up with 223 candidates out of 700. So it's very important the way you respond. Another case, there was a lady, is an engineer, Tanzanian engineer. She has been wishing to work with UNICEF for many years. If you listen her story, she does wonderful. She's a civil engineer, and she has a master's in, I think, water engineering or something like that. So she wants to work with UNICEF for many years. She works with big NGOs here. She told me, I have applied several times. You guys, I think you have your own people. You normally don't even look at our application. I said, no. So I told her, give me your username and password. Let me go to your UNICEF account. Let me see, what do you put in your application? And she gave me the username and password. I went in. My friend, I told her, even if I knew you were there and you have applied, I wouldn't select you. Because there's nothing. You have written nothing here. I'll feel embarrassed if I pick you and my boss will look at your CV and will be like, what is this nonsense? There was no content. So I started telling her, for example, you're telling me, oh, I worked for Amlef. Then what? I was a manager for Mbeya Water, something. Then what? Give us your achievement. What did you do? What are you bringing on the table if we hire you? So I think it's more on the content. There is no handheld. Of course, handheld would work, but at least you should show content. But even if the content, if even the content you don't have, then it becomes difficult even to handheld. So I think it's important we construct our CV and our application by customizing towards what we are responding, but also use catchy words for someone who is reviewing your application in your CV. They will be attracted and feel like you have something to bring to the table. Yeah, I think the rest has been said. You need to get to the point now you need to brand. Myself, it's kind of like I decided as an accountant, but focusing on development projects. If you look at my CV, I have mostly worked in the development, emergency, relief. And when I said, I think the comparable organization now from the NGO would be the UN. The next one now I'm thinking maybe the World Bank, but I'm not sure when and where, because now I'm getting old. I don't want to get far from East Africa. Elastos has been challenging me. You need to go to New York. I'm not sure about that yet.
It's coming.
But as you grow, you get to the point whereby you can now make decision instead of you are asking for someone to handheld you to get you somewhere. So brand yourself, make your decision where you want to go, build up the soft skill as well. If we give you a computer and we want you to analyze data, don't start mumbling, I don't know how to use pivot. You should learn those things now before we call you for these big jobs. I think, thank you so much.
Wow, a round of applause to Brother Edward for that. Thank you for busting that myth that there must be a connection for me to get to to climb this career ladder. But in an attempt to just balance out things, we're not saying having connections is a bad thing. We're not saying that having someone to hold your hand to a certain place, it's a bad thing. All we're saying is, if you find yourself in a place where there is nobody, or you're not in a position to have anybody to lead you through the way, that shouldn't be an obstacle to you. Like Brother Teresa said, he thinks of the things he did not do, and he wishes he could go back and redo them. So don't stop yourself because you think there's nobody, I don't know anybody, I don't have connections, I don't have enough money to bribe anyone. No. Just make sure you balance out things. Even if you are helped, please, bebeka. So umebebwa na wewe umebweteka. Okay? And the another thing is, what he was sharing is about have results. Kiswahili tuna ile msemo unasema chema chajeuza, kibaya chajitembeza. If you have results, whether you are known or you're not known, your results will speak for you. People will argue when it comes to theories and all these things that are, existing in a vacuum. But when you have results, there'll be no arguments. You have something to, shut their mouths. So make sure you have results that will speak louder than 1,000 words. Now we've heard a lot from our panelists, and I think it's been quite a fairly long session, and we need to take a short break. I hope you've been taking down your questions, so when we come back, our panelists will attempt to answer as much questions as they can. Please try to be brief, precise, straight to the point. Don't go about asking one thing and using 50 words. Use this break to compress your questions, because you can see we are not many, but one question can take 20 minutes to answer. Now we don't really want to focus on just one question for 20 minutes. And at this juncture, I would request that we give one more round of applause to our panelists as they're taking their break. And I will thank you so much, and I will hand over the session back to Paul.
Thank you so very much, Joyce, and the entire panelists. Again, another round of applause to our good people here. That has been very thorough. I've taken a lot of notes myself, and I hope you have done the same. Career choices. Thank you so much, Mr. Erasto. Then went to Dada Amelia, how to write the best CV. Then to Mr. Twisa about thriving in our career when we got chances to be employed. Then again, fairness in recruitment, to get the job. So that has been very thorough. We were expecting to have a break of 15 minutes, and I understand most of us here came late. And with the authority given to me, I'm not giving you the entire 15 minutes, so we are going to take a break of 2 to 3 minutes. So you can just stand, stretch yourself. After that, then we will now start a session of Q&A. You can stand. I want us to do a certain exercise here. You stretch, then we proceed with our program, because we want to stick with what we have said. We need to finish at 1, and it has to be the case. We don't want to prolong it. Okay, before hamjaondoka, tusikilize kidogo maelekezo. And I don't know why people are leaving without even following instructions. Employers are here. You have not been told to go out. You see, following instruction is one of the things to consider. Please, who told you to walk out? I said stand up so that we can stretch ourselves. So I've been given another instruction here which overrule what I have said earlier. So based on the schedule, we will take a break now. We have some snacks outside just for 10 minutes. Only 10 minutes. You go sharp, you eat, then we come back here for the Q&A session, right? I hope within the 10 minutes you'll be able to stretch yourself, say hey to someone, and come back here. Yeah. Karibuni. Haya, nje kule taratibu tulishaombea kule toka mwanzo, kwa hivyo vimebarikiwa tayari. You just go straight outside, pick some snacks. 10 minutes, we're back here.
Hata mimi. Afu Mungu bwana anakuwa kinijibu kweli. Yule dogo bwana sinamwachia ile kazi. Kwanza nilipofika nikamwambia, sasa anafanya kazi huko. Mimi miaka mitatu na hii kazi kama unataka weka.
Q&A session. Karibu sana.
Thank you very much. Right. So I'm just gonna work with you. Kindly work with me. I am the kind of person who draw energy from people. So if I don't feel your energy, I will also be like that. Yeah? So if you give me energy, then I'll be energetic, and we're going to have fun as we continue to learn. Sindio? Yeah. So I'm going to ask something. The person who just smiled at me, the lady over there, sorry, I don't know your name. What's your name? Martha. Can you stand and move from where you're sitting and go sit in front there? Gentleman who just finished drinking water, can you please move and go sit behind? The lady who's holding her hand under her chin, can you please move and go sit? The lady in pink, can you move? Come sit where Martha was sitting.
That's lady.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
You can go sit where you are sitting. I'm done with the exercise. The lady in pink, you can go sit where you are seated. The gentleman going behind, you can come back. We're done. I wanted to draw your energy. I couldn't feel you, so I needed your attention, and I got it. How does it feel?
It feels good.
But my instructions were clear? Martha, did you understand my instruction? Martha, did you understand my instruction?
Yeah.
Yes. And my brother there, did you understand my instruction? Where did you go? Where? Which one is back for you? Do you think this front here can be back for someone who's sitting there? So which back did you go? What about the other seat behind? Is it back? The lady in pink, where did you go? How long did you take to go? You know yourself. You're smiling at me right now. So, what? You know, huh? Never mind. Now, the aim of this, just quick, practical, it was to introduce you to something called change. And I mentioned VUCA. Who has done any search on Google on the word VUCA? You did? Do you want to say something about it? You are? Thank you. Just half a minute.
Thank you for giving the chance. I had searched VUCA. I came across a picture.
Put your mic closer.
I came across a picture on VUCA.
Right.
So on the left side, it says volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity.
Thank you very much. You read further instruction later, and you use it in your life. So, guys, we talked about it. Only one person out of how many were here? Two people. 3. Thank you. Now I see ladies. Thank you very much. Because I was about to go to us. Ladies, when instructions are given, when there's an opportunity, please don't let me down. Be the first to stand and say, I can do it. Then go and learn. That's what men do. When you see them, they say, I can do it. They don't know. They just say, I can do it. They believe in themselves, and then they go and do, or learning. We too can do it. Okay? Now, I was introducing change, and change will take place in many different areas of our lives, whether you're at school or in workplaces. Oftentimes, when changes are introduced, you have people like us, me and you. So there are those that you ask them move, they will move quickly, just like what we saw Martha did. When I say move, she moved. Yes, she didn't move correctly to the right place, but she moved. I had asked her to move over there, but she moved to the next seat. But she moved, right? And we saw a gentleman who moved. Sorry, I don't know I didn't catch your name. But he moved. I said, move back. I didn't give instruction where back. He was moving and he went all the way back. You see, that's how people who are succeeding in life are. That is the mentality. Move. Check. Is it safe? Move. Sawa. To underscore in, what is this job? Guess what? The job is called PA executive, but there's half of it is to do with HR related activities or roles and responsibilities, but we did not reveal it because we wanted to add something on this job. So sometimes don't just say no or don't just sit and do nothing. Please have a mentality of I can do and I have what it takes. My last point or question to pose for you, what is your deepest fear? Go and Google Marianne Williamson. Your deepest fear is that you are powerful beyond measure. And you're shying away from showing your true self does not solve the world problem, rather causing more problem in the world. So go out there, find your courage and kick out fear, because the Spirit or the Holy Spirit does not allow us to have fear, because who is that is in us is bigger than any that is in the world. God bless you. And God
A very big round of applause for our sister, Amelia. Thank you so very much for those words of wisdom, and I hope you guys have taken it. So, we have only 40 minutes, actually 35 minutes. 35 minutes for the Q&A session. So I want you to be as precisely as possible, straight to the questions. That's number one, follow instruction. Secondly, they mentioned their names. I'm not expecting you to say, my question I'm addressing to that brother with a blue blazer. That's not being professional. So for the sake of helping you, let me remind you their names. So our one and only moderator, Sister Joyce Mcharo, please wave. Exactly. Then we have our brother, Mr. Edward Masuzia, the UN guy. Thank you so very much. And we have our brother, Mr. Erasto Mtui, CFO himself. He mentioned that once he was a CFO. And we have our brother, Mr. Twisa. Do you remember the second name? Who remembers the second name? Kung. Eh? Kung. Thank you so very much. Twisa Kunketa Mwambona. Hilo jina gumu kidogo lakini najua tumelikariri. And the last but not least, our sister Amelia Nyembe. So when you address your question, so don't just throw it away. Say, my question I'm addressing to so, and you mention the name. I hope you have written your question. Who wants to start?
Just a quick one.
Yes.
Paul, before you go into Q&A question.
Yeah.
There's one among us who want to give us a testimony on how the person volunteered and ultimately they found a job. Can we have that person just for 2 minutes? If you can share that with us, please.
Do we have one?
Yes.
Oh, that's the lady.
I thought it was done, but thank you. Bwana sifiwe. Wote mnanifahamu kwa sura. Na mimi nawafahamu wengi wenu kwa sura kutokana na kazi ninayoifanya ya media. Kwa majina naitwa Hope Wera. Ni mshirika hapa DPC. Ni mshirika hapa DPC. Nimemaliza chuo 2021 UD. Lakini nilivyomaliza nilijua kwamba sina mtu wa kunisaidia kunishika mkono. Kwa nini nilichokifanya toka nikiwa chuo nilikuwa nafanya kazi za kuvolunteer. Ni ngumu kwa sababu unatakiwa uvolunteer, udeliver wanachokihitaji na darasani uwepo. I want to thank God kwamba all the volunteering works that I've been doing, I wasn't paid. That's a point to note. Lakini vile vile nilikuwa nahisi kwamba I have the urge ya maisha yangu mimi mwenyewe. Na kwa sababu hakuna mtu wa kunisaidia, I had to go out. So, ninachotaka kuambia ni kwamba issue ya volunteering ipo, na kwa sababu bado uko chuo na bado unawategemea watu, hakuna kitu utakachokipoteza. Baada ya kuvolunteer, nilivyomaliza chuo nikaendelea na hizo kazi za kuvolunteer mpaka hapa kanisani. Mtu aliyekuja kunipatia kazi ni mtu ambaye ameniona hapa kanisani, na hiyo ilikuwa mwaka jana. Kama mnakumbuka VBS ya mwaka jana, ile VBS ya mwaka jana ndio iliyonipatia kazi. Wow, thank you. Kwa wewe ni kijana, kanisa is a good platform. Tunawaona wako hivi kawaida, wakiwa ofisini kwao hawaongelesheki kirahisi. Just go, mingo, ongea nao, wasalimie, mwambie Mungu akubariki. Just hivyo tu. Afu by the time atakapokuwa anafikiria mtu, trust me, utakuja wa kwanza kichwani mwake. Mungu akubariki.
Thank you so much, my sister Hope. That is inspiring. Okay, Q&A session. Who wants to be the first one? Kama unahitaji karatasi kwa wale ambao hawajapata ya kuandika maswali, you can raise your hand. Yes, kuna karatasi imeandikwa pale. Linus, tafadhali, naomba uje unisaidie kukusanya maswali hapa. Kuna dada Lilian ameshaandika. Yeah, so straight to the question, don't meander as if you want to form interlocking spurs. For those who studied geography, I think they know what I'm saying. Was it you who raised the hand? Yes, Karibu.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, my question is directed to Mr. Kunketa Mwambona. How do you handle toxic staff, as in those who is toxic but is performing, instead is doing good job but is ever toxic to others? Is like, that's question number one. My second question, how you support, how you help your business to stand? My question number two, how do you survive? Because while you run a business, many of the times people fall down and you lose all the capital. What is the secret? Your money is secret. Money is secret.
Thank you. So I don't know the modality which you want. Can I pick like 3 questions, then we respond, or question, then we respond?
Maybe you should pick all the questions that are directed to Mr. Twisa, so that when he responds
Okay.
to them, we'll be done with at least one panelist.
Okay, perfect. Anyone else who has, so I have questions here, though they have not mentioned to whom they are directing. Maybe allow me to read them. Okay, so this question says, what should someone do to thrive, this is Mr. Twisa, to thrive in work environment when found boss who degrade or disvalue the graduated people, but most time the boss use and implement the opinions and suggestions or ideas from the graduated ones. Although in meetings, the boss, I cannot read this word, but I think the context is against those ideas or opinions. So I don't know if I have captured your question well. Yes, you have captured? Okay, perfect. So that is for Mr. Twisa, and let's see the second one. So this is just open. What's the best timing to communicate, I think? Yeah, to communicate my intentions to apply for or move into a new job. I think that should be to Mr. Edward. And another question, what is mentor? What is mentor? I think American mentor, like in mentor. What are the steps to be a mentor? Or maybe what are the steps someone needs to take in order to get a mentor? I think that's the area. And the last question which I have here, so that goes to also Mr. Edward. And the last question, actually 3 questions. I have a problem of being late. I like this honest. I have a problem of being late at work and times to work, and I'm trying to work on it, but I'm failing. That's number 1. Secondly, I failed to complete the assignment on time. I think it is because this person gets late at work. And thirdly, due to those facts, I don't get time for family because of always being at work. I think you have gotten it. So the essence of the question is, this person has a problem of being a good time manager. And because of that, she fails or he fails to complete tasks on time. And because of that, she or he goes back home late because they are supposed to finish work before they are going to spend time with a manager. So the context is, how can they become a good manager, if I can summarize that? Okay, maybe we start with you, Mr. Twisa, then, yeah, you proceed.
Okay, thank you for that. I was just emphasizing that you start with the gentleman who asked his first question,
Yeah.
and you go ahead with the rest of the questions that are directed to you. Of course, if at all they've forgotten any question, I'll ask that you remind
no worries,
us.
no worries.
Okay, Mr. Twisa, Karibu.
Asante. How to deal with toxic people at workplace, if I got your question correct. Toxic people wataendelea kuwepo tu maadamu tupo katika hii dunia. Ndio maana hata Yesu alisema hapa duniani mnayo dhiki, lakini jipeni moyo, nimeshaipita, nimeishinda. Kwa hiyo I believe that toxic people are a good component or addition to our lives, because when God created us, He has not come back and done revision or issued a new edition of people. So the way you are, the way I am, we're more or less the same. Yeah, our blood runs in our system. We all have lungs, we have heart, and similar in every aspect of the word. That being said, when you have toxic people around you, you have a rare opportunity to look yourself in the mirror, because there are some things that they have that you also have. It's just that you don't respond to them. Now, when you realize that you have toxic people, learn the most out of them, because many of the things that seem to plague human being have a root and a history. You'd see somebody, I had a lady co-worker who had a penchant of not following instructions, first of all. And once you try to correct her, the amount of garbage that comes from her mouth is astounding. And in a fashion like a staccato of gunfire. Sometimes you don't even hear the words. She's a lady speaks and speaks so fast. And I used to avoid her like, somebody has Ebola, for example. You avoid her at all costs. But I am the supervisor, so I have to interact with her every now and then. And one thing I learned is this problem that she has comes from her childhood. Stories surfaced later on that her father, alimkataa, they had an affair with the mother, and he disputed whether he was the father. Now, each time you talk to her, she tries to get that attention. I am, as if I had a prior knowledge of what had happened to her life. So after knowing that, then she becomes less of an offense, because you sympathize with her, right? And you just tell her that if you continue to do this way, you are on your way to promotion. If you continue to do this way, the only way I can see you in this organization in 10 years is nowhere, And true to my words, about 2 years down the line, she was fired because she could not follow instruction, and then when she was tried to be reprimanded by somebody else who apparently was more senior and had more clout, so she was kicked out. But toxic people will continue to be around, and just understand that they are there for a good. You need to see, as one person that I used to listen to previously, called Zig Ziglar, the late Zig Ziglar, said, you need to find some good in every bad situation. So even when you see like a bad accident has happened, you need to see some good in it. What was there that was good? Something bad happens to you, try to look at what was really good about it. For example, I got corona and I thought I was gonna go. But here I am today. So the corona, yes, I suffered, but here I am today. That is good. It was not entirely bad. Some of my friends perished. So toxic people, avoid them if you can, but if you can't, look at them very objectively and understand how to really even get work through them if you have to get work through them. You are a supervisor and this is somebody toxic, you need to get performance out of them. So look at them very objectively and think of ways to get that performance out of them.
Okay, the second
Yeah.
question.
Huh?
The second question.
And the second question said, how do I survive in business? Now, this is a very good question, but ahead of time. We will have a forum like this, hopefully, in the next few months, where we'll speak about entrepreneurship and businesses and all. And but to just summarize, I'm thinking surviving in business is merely something that God grants, You pray about many things and God grants some of them, and God grants all of them sometimes. So this is something that God really does for you. When you try life as an entrepreneur, there are no safeguards for you. You are out there on your own. It's like you are right now. You have never even gone to JKT, right? For example, and then you are asked to go and fight war in Ukraine. Anybody fighting against you thinks you are a soldier. That's why you are in the battlefield, you know? So they will treat you and deal with you in a manner that is appropriate to a person of your caliber. So you get to be prepared yourself. If you have not thought of it, then prepare yourself on the rigors and the vagaries that the profession or the vocation offers. And the last one, thriving. I thought that was, how do you thrive?
How do you thrive in an environment where you have a boss who constantly gives derogatory remarks whilst using your ideas to his own credit?
My sister here spoke about fear, and I spoke about fear the other time when I said the regrets are on the things that I didn't do, because many times you don't do something because of fear. So the same thing that applies to your boss in that circumstance. If he uses your ideas but refuses to give credit to you, there is a certain fear that is dancing in his or her mind. And once you realize that, well, you know, it's like moto haufunikiki. After a while, everybody would know there is fire someplace. Haufunikiki. So if you think he's using your ideas, that's a very good boost to you. Keep generating them. Be prolific. Keep generating, because they are being put to use, although you are not being credited for them. So work with him that way until such a time that you think you have had enough experience in your position. That is when you ask for either to move in a different department or move out of the organization. Because working with people like that over time can also cause you some trouble in how you deal with many things generally in life. So work with them for a time, and after that, when you think you have gained enough experience or wisdom, then move out of that department or company for that matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Twisa, and I'm also tempted to request you all to, when answering questions, to be as short as possible. Want to spend 20 minutes so that I give Joyce 10 minutes to allow you to wrap up the discussion. So, and we have a lot of questions here. So maybe this second question, I'm tempted to direct it to Mr. Edward. Yes, what is a mentor and what are the steps that someone should take to get one?
Okay, let me pick it because I spoke briefly about that part. So first of all, who is mentor? A mentor is a person who should be at least a little bit ahead of you in your career or with experience that can help you. I would say that's really like a general summary definition of a mentor. But there are few things that you need to look out to a mentor. So not everybody that is ahead of you that has more experience is fit to be your mentor. There are qualities that you have. There are things that you want. And looking at the person, you know, this person has experience, has wisdom, has these attributes that can help me. So some of the factors or things that you need to look out to a mentor. First of all, definitely experience. It's very key. You don't want to go to make a person your mentor and that person doesn't have experience, because just is, nice to have, that will not help. Secondly, you look at a person who is honest. Very, very important. Because if you go out to a person that cannot be honest with you, then you will not gain much. Don't go to a person that will be praising you all the time. There are people that would like to be praised all the time. Does not mean that that person should criticize you, but you should not go to a person that will be afraid to tell you your gray areas, right? Because we grow from the gray areas. So look for a person who can be honest. Look for a person with integrity. Yeah, those are very important, qualities. A person who does what he or she says, right? Okay, we fall short as a human being, here and there, but look for that person with those, attributes. Look for the person that is empathetic, right? That can feel or can sympathize or have empathy with what you probably have or the challenges that you may be going through. But also, look for a person that has time. It's very important. If you would like to have, let's say, somebody who is extremely busy as your mentor, then you'll get very limited chances for you to get sessions or get time with that person. So ensure, and there are people who are busy. I'm not saying that don't go to people who are busy. Go to them, but make sure that they are committing to time, right? To time for that. But also look at the person that is accessible. The people who with time, with all these other qualities, but they're not accessible. They're difficult to access. So look for a person that you can freely access, and freely talk to as well. Yeah, you can share your okay, another thing, a person with confidentiality. Person who that when you share anything is not going to, you not find it somewhere else, right? They say a person with chest, who can keep things. Siku hizi kuna mtu mmoja aliniambia, yule sio hivyo, akaniambia yule nilicheka, yule haigandishi. What do you mean haigandishi? Friji haigandishi. What do you mean? He can't keep secrets. I was like, okay. Haigandishi. So go to a person who friji yake inagandisha. That can help you in that. Those are, I would say, those are some of the things that you should be looking for in a mentor. So if you combine experience, integrity, diligence, time, accessibility, confidentiality, honesty, very, very important. And also a person who is firm. Yeah, who is firm. I accredit most of my development. Okay, I have two people that I've been learning really a lot from. So one that have been looking out for values, good values, yeah. And another one who really pushed me to the corner, I would say. The one who has tossed me in the sea and watched me swim. And actually, if there are other people looking around, they feel like you're gonna drown. But he's tossed you there to see how you swim. He will not let you drown. But many other people, they might be scared, like, oh, he's gonna drown. So most of my developments have really come from when I was pushed so much to an uncomfortable position. So look at the person who as well can push you a little bit. Not always the person who can, patio at the back. I just gave example minutes ago that yesterday I had a conversation with someone and my mentee, and he wanted to, but we had a honest conversation, and at the end of the conversation, he made a completely 180-degree turn after that conversation. So yeah, that's a mentor, and it's good and important you have one. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Erasto, and my apology. I meant to mention your name, ended up mentioning Edward's name. I'm sorry for that. There's another question here directed to you, and I think there's somewhere you have already, two questions actually. This one says, do you choose your mentor, or does your mentor choose you, or does it just happen people get mentor? Nafikiri umelijibu kwa namna hiyo, au ta add some flesh if you want. This other question to you, what is the correct work ethic that is considered impressive to employer, but also does not ruin work-life balance? That's to you, Mr. Erasto.
Sorry, can you repeat the second one?
What is the correct work ethic that is considered impressive to employers, but also does not ruin work-life balance?
Wow, okay. So just to add on mentor, it's good you choose your mentor. Yeah, it's good you choose your mentor. Someone can avail him or herself to you. It's okay if they see that there's value they can add to you, but really a conscious, productive, successful, valuable mentorship relationship would be good if it comes from the person, from the mentee, right? So that would be my submission. On the work ethics that would help you thrive, but also help you on a work-life balance. Okay, first of all, I would say diligence. Okay, you need to be diligent with what you're doing. That's very important. Employers would want people who are committed, who are diligent with what they, what they're doing. You need to be proactive. There are people who. If you see yourself doing 99 of the things because you have been told, or 100% just sitting down, waiting to be told, then you have a huge area to improve, to start to, be proactive on things. So be proactive. And when you are proactive, actually, you define the results almost. And that can give you more time. Definitely, employers are looking for, integrity. Employers are looking for honesty, very, very importantly. So, and touching on honesty as well, if you are assigned a task and you feel, you need more time to do this, you do it until that time, and then you are honest with have conversation connected to proactiveness. Manage expectations of your supervisor that this might take a little bit more time. Manage ahead of time so that you can have work-life balance. But also plan well. That's very, very important. Sorry. Plan ahead of time. I think I try to plan well, but I've seen people who are even better than I am. I've seen people who they don't go to bed before they schedule 100% of what they're gonna do the following day, and they are so religious to it. And those people I've seen them succeeding very, very well. I mean, that's a higher version of who I am. I definitely think of what I'm going to do tomorrow, very much. I don't just wake up in the morning and just shoot out. No. I already know my tomorrow. Definitely, I've planned for my tomorrow. I've planned for my Monday already now. So planning is very, very important, and will save you a lot of time to be able to manage your work-life balance. Not sure if I've covered enough. It's a, I would have liked to say more, but time is not with us.
If I can just quickly say it for 20 more seconds. I think whoever asked that question, they were thinking of those who are going to work they're leaving their houses at 6 a.m. and they're coming back at 11 p.m. Staying late at work doesn't mean you are the most productive person in the office. It doesn't mean you're the most hardworking. Nowadays, there's technology. Take advantage of it. Don't just work hard, work smart. That is what he's saying. Planning ahead is one of the ways that you can be more productive, but at the same time, you're making the most of your time. I've seen, of course, I'm having my corporate background. It's unfortunate I didn't introduce myself, but it's okay. You've realized somebody walks into the office at 8, and from 8 to, say, 15 to 9, they're just chatting, lousing around. I mean, they're not doing anything. What do you expect? And maybe the report is required at 2 p.m. And by that time, it's not ready. You're given an station, you have to work, say, until 8 p.m. for you to finish it. What were you doing in the morning? So work smart, be very precise about how you're spending your time, and also take advantage of technology. That's why they were insisting about soft skills. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Joyce, for that addition. Allow me, Mr. Mtui, I totally forgot this other question. I want to finish with you, then I move to Mr. Edward. People want to grab opportunities here. So there's this question which says, two questions actually. What NGOs take into consideration when selecting who they want to work with? And the second question, is there field training at your consultation firm, Mr. Mtui?
Okay, the first one will go to Edward, and I think is going to advise us how to work 3 years. Yeah, the second part, not exactly now, but probably stay in touch, and there's something that we are working out. I was at the University of Dar es Salaam. I'm working with a business school for certain project that might require students, but that is not yet done, fully done. We are at advanced stage, so stay in touch, for that. But currently, I don't have opening for tomorrow or something like that. So yeah, that's my response.
Yeah. So Mr. Edward, when you were responding to that question, the first question, I think you can also tie it to this other question, because as Mr. Mtui said, you are moving 2 years, 3 years. Then, what's the best timing to communicate my intention to apply or move into a new job? So you can combine the two.
Can you repeat the first one, please?
The first one says, what NGOs take into consideration when selecting who they want to work with? What are the things probably NGOs take into consideration to select those people who fit for the NGO culture, so to say?
Okay. Yeah. The first one, I think it depends with the position. They are advertising. If they are looking for maybe a program officer or someone who has done sociology or someone who has done communication, so from the job description or the advert, you will tell which kind of qualification you should have. But if you are interested with the internship, I think it's good to, volunteering or internship, it's good to knock. And, if you know anybody in that particular NGO, you can even go through that person. But if you don't know any person, you can even go through knocking when I used to work with, a couple of NGO here, I have seen graduates knocking and asking, I'm looking for an internship. And sometimes we'll have those opportunities and we'll do, are you ready to do it? But we don't pay. We'll just ask those kind of questions, and sometimes even when we are paying, as she said, we don't mention the first impression so that we see your commitment. Are you looking for experience or you are looking for money? So when it comes to who they are selecting, it really depends on the kind of the job they have advertised and which kind of qualification and which kind of experience they are looking for. And there are incidences where they take, graduates without any experience. They're just molding them to the way they want them to be. They will take you did geography, don't worry if you did geography, like they are not advertising for geography. They will take you and they will teach you, even if they want you to be a communication officer, you will do it. You see Hope is holding a camera there. She can be a communication officer, but what she did in school is not what she's doing there. So there are these additional things that you can develop interest on yourself, and they will eventually even adapt your qualification and your experience on what you can do. Because if we interview you and you start telling Hope, we invite Hope, for example, for what she did in school. And during interview, she will also mention, I can also do this camera shooting and, oh, really? Okay. So we'll see, there's additional value on taking her. So those kind of things is also important to consider as you continue with your studies. Moving from one job to another quickly, 1, 2, 3 years. I think it depends. I don't have a one answer for that, because the only thing I know, everyone here, even if we are looking for a job, you want growth, right? You don't want to stay there for long. So when you you got an employment today, you want to see yourself in 2-3 years somewhere else, right? If in your current employment there is that opportunity of growing, there are big companies. Depends with the size of the company. There are big companies. In 1, 2, 3 years, you find yourself going up. It depends with your hard working, attitude, commitment. I think they have also already mentioned. Twisa said it well. That he had the staff, and at some point, because of attitude, she wouldn't go up because of the attitude. So as you get into your job, your commitment, your attitude will get you to another position. But if the organization is not big and your wishes is almost taking up your boss's position, then you have to consider moving. One time I went to an interview, and a regional finance director, telecom interview, was interviewing me. I was sitting, and they were in Kenya, actually, a regional office in Kenya, before I joined the UN. So the regional director was asking me, you have moved so many times. Where do you see yourself in 3 years? I said, I probably see myself sitting on a chair. He said, yeah, indeed. The movement I see in your CV, you may end up sitting. I said, I hope you don't take it so bad for me. He said, no. That's a good motive for an employee, that it means you are hardworking and you are committed. So it depends. If there's no opportunity for you to grow within your current organization, within 2-3 years, I think is enough. You can look for, as we write and as we answer in the interview, why are you moving? I'm looking for new challenges. Yeah, I think it's time you can look for new challenges after 2-3 years.
Thank you so much.
Sorry. May
Yes.
I just add, because it's very important as we're talking to. So if you find me, you probably, everybody has a journey. That is Edward's journey, okay? So I just want to put a disclaimer. As hiring manager or recruiter, we do pay attention to a lot of movements. So oftentimes, if there are 2 people of similar skills and qualification that we're looking for, and if we have to select, we'll go for the person that seems a little bit stable in the organization, meaning they stay for maybe 3 and above years. So that's his journey. He was scarce resource, Scarce resource mean the qualities and skills that he had at the time was needed in the market, and it was easy for him to move and also be able to be accepted in the other organization. Sometimes organization takes risks, and that can be one of it. But then again, if you look at his movements, they were not within the same market, so that can also explain and maybe made it easier for him to navigate explaining that. But as a youngsters, we also have a word for that. We call it jumpers. So in his case, my brother, I would term him as a jumper. He was a jumper in his career at the time. If you jump too much, there is always that risk of you missing a better opportunities. So as you do that, be aware. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Amelie, for the addition and disclaimer, and thank you, Mr. Edward, for that. Actually, you have come in a very good timing. There are three questions, I think, for you here. This one says, I did bachelor in electrical engineering, and I'm working as an intern currently, which will end in July this year. At my office, there's an opportunity for the executive assistant to the managing director. I'm interested in it, but I'm afraid if I go for it, my career growth as an engineer will perish. What is your advice on this one?
Easy one. How do you feel? How do you feel? Because the first one is acceptance. What we said, what you have as a first degree is a stepping stone. You can do anything, especially engineers. We've had engineers in our big fours. We would recruit engineers as auditors. We would train them and they become the best auditors. And they will go do the courses for CPA and they will do very well. So it depends on where you see yourself. If becoming an electrical engineer is your goal, stick to it, remain persistent. But in the moment, you don't have a job, right? And this is opportunity. Grab it, go for it. It will open doors. As you sit in that job, learn what are these PA do. There's nothing special that you can do, provided that you are given education. So go for it if you have an opportunity. But as you're in there, assess yourself. Do the SWOT analysis. What are the opportunities within the place that you are? What are the opportunities out there? What will it entail when you go for an interview? Why did you decide to do a PA job and you're an engineer? That question will come every time you go for an interview. It's your opportunity to say that. As you're aware, I finished as an engineering graduate. There was no opportunity for me at the time, and I didn't want to stay at home and do nothing. This was an opportunity, and I feel like I'm flexible. I can do anything. So I grabbed the opportunity as I look for this opportunity. Should you give me this opportunity, I'll be able to do any other activities away from the core job in engineering. That will add value for you. So go for it.
Thank you so much, and maybe I can testify. I did Bachelor in Environmental Science for the past 11 years, but my passion within me, I know I am a media person, right? So when I graduated in 2011, my first job in 2012 was in the media. But I did environmental science, just like what Mr. Edward said. NGOs train you. So they trained me in that role. I worked there for a year. After that, I decided just to go and do my master's. So for the past 10 years, I am in the media production industry, and I'm enjoying so well. So you go for it. Second question, do GPAs truly matter? Miss Mnyembe. And there's another, no, I think this was already responded. Does constantly moving from one company to another boost success? I think this you have already responded. And there's a suggestion here to incorporate more diverse panelists, for example, doctors and engineers. Okay, so you can respond to that question. And this other question, I was tempted to throw it away, but based on the wisdom that God has given me, I decided, okay, let me just. So this is another question to Miss Amelia. Can you share an example of the most asked questions in the interviews? So I wanted to throw it away because someone can just Google and say, okay, these are the frequent asked questions, but you can respond to that. And akatoa mfano hapa, like, tell us about yourself. So you can respond to those two questions. Does GPA truly matter in the job industry? And these other frequent asked questions.
You already responded to the frequent asked questions. Tell us about your academic background as well as yourself. So someone will have to tell us about their academic as well as, if any, work experience. And oftentimes when people are coming from school, when you ask them to tell about their work experience, they'll say, I don't have. Yeah, don't do that. Okay? And another question you'll be asked, so how much or what is your desired salary? Most of the time people don't respond to this question, especially who are coming from school. They say, whatever you pay. You are a product. Mr. Twisa will tell me, he's a marketer. So you're a product. You cannot go to the market and you don't know what you're looking for. Do your research and say a figure. If the company is guided by the integrity and, the good practices, they will pay what they have in their minimum. But don't say, I don't know, just pay me whatever. It looks like you don't know what you're doing. You're a product. Always remember that. And whatever you go for interview, you are selling the product, and the product is you, and that is your brand. So your brand worth nothing, somebody else can say. So just say it as long as you're comfortable and feel like you'll be comfortable with that pay. And then you can add, if you're asking for too much, if you think it's too much, just say it is negotiable. It helps to neutralize things. Okay? With regards to GPA, I would say for our market, it does matter. Because it's academic, we want you to thrive in your studies. So you cannot say you're going to school to get a C and that's okay. I'm not saying C is bad because I also got so many C's in myself. At the end of the day, it's how you position yourself, your brand. Who are you? Yeah? What do you represent? Do you represent a C or A? Because you can have straight A's and yet you come to the organization and you mean nothing. Yes, we do at the beginning, especially when you're coming from school. We will have a look at the GPA, especially with the big fours. When I say big fours, you understand, the auditing firms. They do care for that, very much so, in some organizations. But again, there is no one rule fits all. Some organizations do not look at the GPAs. If they were looking for GPAs, I would fit nowhere. In that I can be honest with you. So it's how you present yourself. You can go there with your karais, lakini unaendaje? First impression, remember? So academic, yes. As a parent, I encourage, please bring us the A's. Whether I had it or not, but I want my children to thrive with the A in schools. So if you can do that, we would love that. In the organization, it depends on where you're going. But if you have A's, it gives you permission to even shine better. Okay? I hope I've answered. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mtaani wanasema kwa sababu tu siku hizi inaonekana wakati mwingine GPA is matter, kwa hiyo unatakiwa uache kusoma, ole wako uache. Utaona kitakachotokea. So kama alivyosema HR, soma, pata hizo GPA kubwa, lakini pia zile addition nyingine za muhimu sana. Haya maswali matatu natamani ya direct kwako Mr. Twisa. And the rest of you can also chime in. So what are the best short courses to take for a degree holder who graduated a certain course, but he want to do another course specifically to make more money? So here, money is the focus. I have my degree in environmental science, and I want another additional course to make more money. So how can I navigate through in picking those courses?
That's a tough one, but very quickly, I'd say Yes, we only go to school for two things: psychological and financial successes. Some people, some Wahaya I've heard being joked around. They said, "Mimi nimesoma bwana, nina degree si ngapi." And a colleague here said of a teacher or a mentor, in some instance, who shared with them earlier on that between him and his wife, they have 6 degrees. So when they go to bed at night, 6 degrees are resting, you know? Yeah, so this is psychological, and it's very, very important if you want to make yourself branded or known in this world. You need that. But then the bigger part, or the bigger chunk of education, is about making money. And I would like to also invite all of you to make as much money as you possibly can on your education, because otherwise, why did you have it, jamani? You had it to just have a degree. Zamani, when we had degrees, you put it in the wall. These days we don't. But you have degrees, you put it in the wall. But did you have a degree to put it in the wall? Make more money. Now, in terms of how much money are you going to make with the professional certification that you are going to get, depends on the field that you are in and how you gauge the market to be needing at that moment. For example, if you are electrical engineer or mechanical engineer, what professional certifications do you have? Maybe this is a certified CAD, as computer aided designer. If that's going to add value to you and money, you think it's going to add value to you and money, please pursue it by all means. There are so many other courses. I keep telling some of the people that I have influence on that once you have first degree, maybe you need to focus more on professional certifications, because they really do help. I once was attending a certain conference in Dubai, and the person who was taking us through had a first degree and had about 7 certifications professionally. And boy, was he not good. He was an extremely good person. You listen to him from 8 in the morning to 4, and you wonder where time has gone. Because every time he opens his mouth, ni madini yanatoka, you know. He knows quite a lot of stuff. So if you are able, pursue as many of those certifications, but not just in a frenzy, pursue them strategically. Maybe you want to move into your own personal space, in consulting, in business, in what have you, and align them with those aspirations that you have, because the last thing you want to have is as many certifications and you'd have no use for them, except that you spend time and money on them. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Sorry, just to add, just one word. So on top of all this, please don't forget to add your passion. So whatever cause you're going to pursue after your degree, don't forget to add your passion. Like we said, first degree is a stepping stone, okay? What you add on now, add passion on it, then you make money. Because passion will make you do it like you're counting 1, 2, 3.
Thank you so very much, Miss Amelia. Napenda unavyo interject. You see, imekuwa vizuri kuwa na wewe hapa as a mother pia. Ni kama, okay, these are the housekeeping rules. Okay, kuna hayo lakini don't forget this, don't forget that. I like that so much, thank you so much. Swali hili sijui Mr. Twisa kama utalijibu au utalipack for another discussion, but limesema hivi: kwa nini wasomi wengi wanashindwa kujiajiri wakati tayari wanakuwa wamepata shahada yao ya kwanza na ya pili? Can we pack it for the next, or you want to respond?
Labda kidogo. Usomi na kuanzisha biashara ni kaskazini na kusini. Umepewa vitu vingi kwenye kusoma kwako, lakini pengine ile ambayo imezungumziwa hapa, soft skills za kufanya hivyo ni zipi? Na mara nyingine, kwa mfano, mimi nimesoma shule, sasa nimesoma shule alafu niende nikaanze kuhangaika na wale watu ambao hawasomi shule. Kwa mfano biashara inaweza ikakufikisha upande huo, ukakutana na watu ambao hawakusoma shule. Sasa ile inakuchosha, unaona sio kazi yako, sio fungu lako, etc. Lakini ninachotaka kusema ni kwamba ukiwa umesoma shule, wewe una uwezekano mkubwa zaidi wa kufanya biashara vizuri zaidi kuliko yule ambaye hakusoma. Lakini hii inakuja with the caveat ya kwamba hicho unachoenda kukifanya, kama alivyosema dada Amelia hapa, unayo passion ya kufanya. Kama hauna shauku ndani yako inayobubujika ikamwagika, aisee, usiingie. Ni kama unaingia labda kwenye pori alafu una wembe, ukaambia ukate mti, utakateje? Wembe ni mkali, unakata kucha, lakini haukati mti. Kwa hiyo lazima uwe na passion inayotiririka zaidi, yani inamwagika kabisa moyoni mwako kwenye hilo eneo unaotaka kwenda kufanya. Japo umesoma, utaweza overcome vitu vilivyopo pale. Lakini kama hauna, unataka tufanye biashara, I would advise not.
Asante sana, na nafikiri pia hili unaweza kujibu kifupi, alafu tutalizungumza vizuri wakati mwingine. Tunakabiliana vipi na jamii ambayo haitupi support kwa kile tunachotaka kufanya katika kujiajiri wenyewe au kutoa feedback mbaya kwa unachofanya?
Ujasiriamali ni kazi ya kukusanya resources ikiwa human resources, financial resources and what have you. Unazikusanya zote kwa pamoja, unazifanyia kazi ili uweze kupata matokeo mengine. Sasa haya ya kukusanya, yani ni kama vile useme kwa mfano unataka kwenda kuhubiri injili ya Yesu, alafu wewe binafsi humu ndani hauna hiyo injili ya kutosha ndani yako. Kwa hiyo unaenda kule unaambia, kama pale alisema kwenye mlima wa Mzeituni, asi kwa wapi ile? Unafikiria watu wanaweza wakakusikiliza vizuri huko, wakampenda huyu Yesu naye mtafuta? Kwa hiyo ili kukusanya zile resources, lazima wewe binafsi uwe kwanza umeamini ile picha uliyoko ndani yako, kwa sababu anasema we never raise beyond the picture we paint in our hearts. Kwa hiyo ile picha unayoipaint kwenye moyo wako ile ambayo wewe ukaiamini, ndio inakuwa kama homing device kwako, ikufanye wewe uconvince sasa hizo human resources au financial resources or otherwise ndio zitokee na zikusanyike kwako ili uzifanyie kazi upate hayo matokeo. Sasa si jamii, ila ni wewe. Yani nataka kusema kwamba ondokana na wazo kwamba jamii haikusikilizi, ila wewe hujaiconvince hiyo jamii ifanye hicho kitu na wewe. Sasa hebu jifikirie wewe ndani yako kuna vitu vingapi ambavyo unavyo vizuri kabisa, lakini haujavitumia au unasema haujavi-employ to the best of the possibilities for you. Kwa hiyo jitathmini, jitafute, alafu fanya mbinu ya kuwezesha hivyo vitu vikusanyike kwako. Asante.
Asante sana Mr. Twisa. Last two questions, we are over time. This is to Mr. Mtui, and just be free to answer it briefly. Quality and balance is what drives you now than in the past in order to thrive. In your view, what is quality and what is balance?
Wow, that must be, will that person be HR or or a finance person? Okay, so I think it comes from the purpose first. You know, I have been refining my purpose, you know, with time. And you get to ask yourself a lot of questions as you refine your purpose. So the quality, my quality, is linked to my purpose, right? Is linked to my purpose. The quality of you will be linking to what you want to achieve on this earth. So I think many times I'm one of the big dreamer. I like dreaming big. I don't dream small. I like dreaming big. And every time, Sometimes you can get scared by yourself. I like dreaming big. But also, many times we chase so many, things that are not serving our purpose, right? I don't want to go into, but let's say what is so important to me now. What is so important to me? The first thing is my family, right? And we keep singing that a lot. And I've been, in the corporate world for many years, and we keep singing it. I think when I work, like I said, I work for Coca-Cola. I worked there for 10 years. The CEO of Coca-Cola then, one of the CEOs had, I think you would have seen this in the social media, had said family is like a glass ball or something, that when you drop it, you can't recollect it. You can't recollect it. But job or something else, or your business or something else, is like the normal ball. If you drop it, it will bounce back, or something like that. So sometimes we run onto things that can bounce back, and we don't give importance, required importance to the things that matter. So my family is very key. Also, quality. Now I'm so keen. That's very personal, but I'm so keen to my sleep these days. How actually, I was telling someone and was like, I discovered about how to sleep. I learned how to sleep the last few years. How to sleep well. A few years. I've invested time in looking at how can I sleep well. How, what's the quality of sleep. So you can see where I'm going. So the quality of life, you want to sleep well, you want to do this well, you want to do that well. So it's very important. That's a quality for me. That's quality for me. So I would encourage us with the vision and the purpose that we have. We focus into that. God is very important for me. That's another. So if all these are important, then you provide time. I'm still struggling to provide enough time for my family. It's not like I have all the time now. I'm here now. Tomorrow I'm not in Dar es Salaam. I'm not in Dar es Salaam. I'm not with them. Yesterday I was around the day before yesterday. I was not in Dar es Salaam. So, but at the back of my mind, I need to create that time despite all this. It's so conscious with me. It's so conscious. So that's the quality that I was referring to. So when you focus into your purpose, what you want to achieve. He talked about money. I believe, I don't want to, it's not in any sense of bragging, but we need to achieve a lot. We need to achieve, we need to win in life. We need to make a lot of money. That's very important. But also there are other things that we need to achieve in life for our communities, right? That are not related to money, that can give you satisfaction. So as much as we are looking for the material things, which is money, very keen. If you don't have money, you'll be in trouble. But also the quality side is very important. So I'm not sure if I responded to your question, but for the person who asked the question, if you want to talk further on that topic and understand further, we can catch up later.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Mtui. This last question, I think Mr. Edward and of course, Miss Amelie, you guys can respond to this and feel free to add some fresh. From people about money. From my simple research, I came to realize that Most of technical expertise or technical people are paid moderate wages compared to HRs, finance officers, and other administrative jobs. I did Bachelor of Science, Environmental Science and Management. How can I get in those administrative jobs such as HRs, program officers, financial managers, etc.? So for him or her, technical job are the Bachelor of Science, but I also consider finance to be a technical job because it requires to do math and all that. Nobody can just be a finance office. So feel free to respond. Maybe I start with you, Mr. Edward, then also Ms. Simye. Amelia can add on.
Yeah, thanks for that question. I understand the definition of technical from the question, especially in the NGO industry. Normally, people who does the program work in the field, they call themselves technical. So I get that. And looks like this person had access to pay law. Let me start with that.
Which is very tough for finance.
Exactly. And I agree with you. Finance is also technical. It's just that we are grouped as finance and administration. I don't really agree that technical people are paid lower than finance and administration and HR staff. I don't agree with that 100%. Because if we speak about technical people, for example, I will just answer directly to that person. If in your organization you have a chief of party, that's a technical person. And they are highly paid when it comes to NGO. Any person who is called a chief of party or a country director should be a program person, a technical for that matter, or a deputy chief of party. Those are technical. So as a finance person, I know they are highly paid than almost everybody in the agency. So if you say technical staff are not paid than finance, I disagree with that. But I will also want to go back to the comment Ameria made earlier on the issue of salary. I think we have issues with salary negotiation. Many of our people, many of us, staff, when we go to interviews, especially fresh graduate, I mean, you need to value your service. You need to survey the market, the current market at that moment. How much is the range of the salaries of a particular position you are applying? If possible, you can even speculate to the agency you are going for interview. What are the ranges of the salaries? I remember, I think that was my second job. When my first job, I think I was getting around maybe 400,000 when I was a fresh graduate, which was a lot of money by then.
A lot.
That's what I negotiated on my first job. Now, when I got a CPA, I was invited for an interview in Zanzibar. I will not mention the agents. And when I entered in the room, there were 5 interview panel. 3 of them were Kenyan. One was Tanzanian, and the other one was a board member who is also Tanzanian, but is a board member of the agents. And it was a Canadian-funded project. So I was just thinking in my mind when I just heard the accent, Kenyans, to go all the way from Kenya to work in Zanzibar, how much are they getting here? Before I even mentioned my salary, so I already started, while answering question, I started already grading myself. How much should I ask here when they ask? How much are you asking for? Remember, I was getting 400,000 by then. So they asked me, okay, so the interview was almost over. That question normally comes at the end, and the HRs are the ones who ask that question. So this lady asks me, okay, so Mr. Masuzia, what is your salary expectation? I said, of course it was overambitious. I said I want 1.2 million from 400. That is 3 times, right? They were like, what? How much is your current salary? I say 400,000. So why are you asking 3 times? I say my current value is 1.2. When I was negotiating 400, I was just a graduate. Now I am a CPA. The finance manager can tell you how difficult to get a CPA. The finance manager was there. He started laughing. But anyway, I didn't get the job. But I'm trying to gauge your mind. When you go to an interview, try to already start thinking. So you can start complaining, as a program officer, I'm not getting a good salary. I think program officers also get good salaries because, we normally have scales, and when we write our proposal to the donors, we also propose the salaries already. So keep working hard, shine, you'll get a good salary. But she will tell us if you want to move to be a HR, she will tell us how you can cross.
In a minute or so, please.
Yeah, I'll try. This is a very, you can't give a minute and expect to get something talking about salaries. It's key. But then again, you mentioned HR people being paid more than some of the technical staff. First, you have to appreciate these technical staff, they're handling things. HR people are handling people. Which one is variable? People. So let us not lower ourselves or forget ourselves. HR people are managing people. You're talking about life, yeah? So I think they deserve to be paid even more than what they're getting now. Do you agree? Mm-hmm. You don't agree? Okay. Right. So with the salaries or compensation and benefit in any organization, there are policies that are guiding that structure. If the organization is, I would say, full of integrity and following the structure, then each and everyone, when they join the company, they will join on a certain job level. And that job level will have salary band. And that salary band will be for mean, mid, and max. So depending on the policy, then the person can come in. Oftentimes they will say if it's a new entrant, then they will go into the entry level. But if the skill that we're bringing in has experience, then you also move them a little bit higher than the entry, but not at the mid. But if the skill is scarce, then they will move to the mid band or at times very close to max because you want to retain. So there are a number of reasons that are actually looked at for a credible organization before they can agree to remuneration. And so responding to this question in the way that is being asked, I'm afraid I might not be able to give you an answer that will help you. The most important thing is to actually do a research, especially if you are new. If you are in the organization, is to understand your compensation policy and whether you are on the same level. Normally, we don't expect people to know the other person's salary. If you happen to know, then I would question the integrity and confidentiality of either the people who are doing payroll or the people who have eyes on the payroll. It's very restricted in many organizations. At times, even given to other organizations to do it for them. The big fours are entrusted with that. They handle payrolls for some of the organizations just to avoid leakage of information. So I would urge you not to assume, because the HR in this organization or industry may be given a certain amount of money, which is very low compared to the other industry. So it depends on where these HRs are or any position for this matter. So if you're talking about, for example, I can give you just in a nutshell what is happening in the market because it's not confidential. If you go to telecom, yes, telecom people are getting paid very well compared to an industry in even oil and gas. As big as the name is, when I talk about oil and gas in Tanzania, I'm not talking about upstream, I'm talking about lower stream. These are the stations that you see. So if you compare these, the finance manager for oil and gas, the finance manager for telecom company, depending on the level this person is seeing, depending on the roles and responsibilities entrusted with this particular person, assuming all are the same, the telecom person will likely be paid more. Reasons, they are actually dictated from the benchmark that are done in the marketplace, but also depending on the availability and affordability of the company to pay. So all these are looked at. Now with the other organizations which are not really managed or easily, I would say, controlled, they decide themselves. So if I'm looking for a finance manager, and this is very critical position, I will pay. Probably I'll pay more than what the telecom are paying, or oil and gas, or banking industry, because I want to retain the person. If you don't pay them up to that level, those guys will be able to snatch this talent. So there are a number of reasons that are actually around the common band for one to understand. But as my brother said, position yourself, personal branding. What do you have in terms of skills? How do you execute the job in that place where you are? And then again, experience matters. So please, youngsters, maybe let me finish by saying, when you come to job market, yes, you have degrees, you are very vibrant and all that, but this behavior that is up there, looking at these people who have been working for 10 years, and you think they are tired, but when you come, you think you're doing all, and you want to be paid like them. Seniority also matters. They've been working for 20, some 25, some 30 years, yet you want to be paid the same as them. Much as you are energetic, vibrant and all, but there are other criteria that are looked at. So don't come in and get frustrated or wanting to get that VX, Prado, all these, compared to these old people. They've worked their way to that. Please earn, and that is integrity. If you lose that, you forget about getting money. If you get it, it will be very short term. God bless you as you make your decision.
Just a small addition on that. And I'm just, this is like a guess, or you know, a number guess. I would take a 70-30, 70% with the 30%. You're talking about different fields, right? Comparing the salaries. But I would think probably, with my experience, it's 30% or 40%, depends on what you did. I mean, your field. But the 60 to 70% depends on you. And the reason to justify this is, talk about finance. Within finance, there will be people who are paid differently. Within finance itself. Talk about HR. There will be people who are paid differently within HR. Talk about the technical side. There will be people who are paid differently. So it comes back. There's a big chunk of it that comes to you. How do you avail yourself? How do you brand yourself? What are you bringing on the table? It's very, very important. I have been privileged, really, when I was in the corporate side. I've never, in my working career, apart from when I'm moving from one job to the other, I've never asked for salary increase. But I have been rewarded tremendously, because you put results on the table, and you make yourself, very valuable. And people think if I lose this person, I'm losing a lot. So have that in mind, build the necessary skills that you need, avail yourself, do your best, commit yourself, be loyal, and then the rest will come. Whether you're in technical, you're in HR, you're in finance, you're in IT, I think that is really just 30%. The 70% is on you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mtui, and of course, Ms. Amelie, for the feedback and response. I hope each one of us have benefited from the responses, right? If yes, then let us give them a very big round of applause. Yeah, thank you so very much. I understand we have gone over time for more than 35 minutes. Allow me now to hand over the session to my sister Joyce Mcharo, so that she and the entire panel, they can wrap up the discussion. Karibu sana.
Thank you so much, Paul. Thank you so much for running this session so professionally. Panelists, we deeply appreciate your time, your honesty, the way you've been open to us, sharing all your experiences. I've had so many, as you're speaking, so many questions, just that we are so limited in time. But for the last one that they were addressing, make yourself valuable. I don't believe God created us to experience all these disparities that we are seeing in our community. No. It's the community and the lies of the devil that throw this on us, that this one is being paid more than the other. But let me tell you, make yourself valuable. Invest in yourself. In the area where you are, invest in yourself. And watch your value speaking for you in the market. The market will only give you what it perceives you to be worth at. But if at all you improve yourself, like Brother Mtui said, you shut your mouth, you let your value dictate things for you. So instead of sitting back and eyeing someone's position or someone's job, saying, I want to be there because I'll be paid more, let me tell you, you get there and be fired. Because they didn't get there by chance. They're there because they earned that position. They have some merits that credited them to be there. So invest in yourself. By just taking just one last word, and I'm asking you to be really, really observant of time. Just for 30 seconds, what's the final word that you can say to our audience who have really responded to our call, just for us to share with them? Just for 30 seconds, what's your last word to them? And let me jump on this side and ask on their behalf. If I approach any of you and I'm asking you to be my mentor, will you be ready to take up that role? Or it depends. Or that will be discussed as and when somebody shows up, depending on who is coming to us to be mentored. Starting with Sister Amelia. Just for 30 seconds, what's your last word? And if you are open up for mentorship, just to accommodate some mentees from our audience.
Right. So my last word will be, make sure you thrive to know your purpose. Once you have an idea, then go for it. If you don't, make sure you consult the manual. And the manual is the Bible, Habakkuk, and many other words that will guide you to understand your manual. Once you find it, tune in your Bluetooth. Bluetooth, if you switch it off, it will not connect. So connect your Bluetooth 24/7 with the manual, and the manual will guide you on how you go about. Obedience is key. You lose that, then you're nothing. God bless you. And if you ask me to be the mentor, definitely I cannot mentor all of you. However, I'll look at my schedule and then I'll communicate to those that I think I'll be able to manage. As we were told, time matters, and also you have to be committed and dedicated if you say yes. So
thank you.
Let the Holy Spirit guide.
Thank you so much. Brother Twista?
I think sitting by the side of Amelia is really good because I get to be the second, However, be brave, if I'm to say something. Be brave. And bravery is not the absence of fear, so they say, but it is being fearful and still forging ahead. There will be situations in life that would require the very best of you and untested of you, but still be brave and push ahead. And if I am to be a mentor, that would be a privilege. Thank you.
Thank you.
I would say all what we see outside is made inside first. So deposit in yourself the right things, spiritually and the normal stuff. Train yourself, deposit a lot in yourself, not just, so build yourself and then conquer the world. First of all, I like the way you used brave. Those who will conquer, or those who have conquered the world, are not those who give up. So are the ones that have risen despite the situation and said, I can. And that does not come from outside, it comes from within. So focus on that is within, build yourself, go for it. Availability for mentorship, I would be available selectively because, depending on the number of people, but definitely would be, it would be great to share some insights with anyone. Thank
Much
you.
appreciated. Welcome, brother.
Thank you. I'll borrow the word from my sister, the VUCA. She repeated so many times, and I think you need to take it seriously. This world is moving so fast. I would just say you need to go with the movement. You need to be proactive, to align yourself with the movement itself. If you sit down, you'll be left behind. So you need to be proactive. You need also to learn the soft skills we have repeated so many times. You will go to interviews, those will come up every time. So this guy from China, I've forgotten the name, the Alibaba guy, Jack Ma, said when you are still young, you have a lot of time to test a lot of things. Borrowing again the word brave. At the age of 30, I was brave to leave my country to go to Liberia where they were fighting. That's braveness, right? So, I mean, that's just an example, but there are several opportunities that you need to pursue. So, get out there, there are opportunities, and expose yourself. And we are there to help. Availability of mentorship now depends. We can talk about it. Let me hear your vision. So you need to come prepared. So we can listen your story before we get engaged. Thank you so much.
Be prepared. Don't come and waste our time. Thank you once again. And lastly, but certainly not in the order of importance, to the men's department of DPC. Please let's put our hands together for them. Thank you so much. May God bless them. They are the ones who thought of this, came up with this idea. And to our panelists, may God bless you. May He truly honor your sacrifice. May He increase you and cause you to shine even brighter. To our men's fellowship, thank you so much for thinking of our young brothers and sisters and those who are even younger than them. I believe what has been released today is not in vain. And I don't want to speak for them. For now, I'd like to welcome the in charge of that department, Brother Mlai, to give us his final remarks and also to close the session with a word of prayer. I will let him close the session as per his discretion.
Before he closes, allow me to say this, how we operate, as a disclaimer, how we operate in the corporate settings. We have spent here 5 hours. We have been here since 9, and now is 5 hours. So these people, they have literally exhausted all of their calories. They need energy. So when we go out there, usianze kutoa shida zako hapo. The best thing you can do, congratulate them, then say, can I have your number? Then go set an appointment. Not today. If you do it today, I can assure you they won't listen to you kwa sababu washachoka. Chukua ushauri wangu. Karibu sana.
Asante sana. I really thank God for the opportunity that He gave us, the men's ministry, to be able to run this workshop. I thank DPC Church, the leadership, the pastoral team for allowing us this opportunity. And more importantly for now, I thank the facilitators, Dada Amelia, Brother Twisa, Brother Mtui, Brother Edward, and Dada Joyce for making time for this important workshop. I believe all of us will walk out of this place with something that will be very useful in our journey towards achieving our career excellencies. One important thing that I learned, and it is practical where I'm working, is that career excellence is a personal responsibility. you should not wait for someone to hold your hand. It is your responsibility. We have seen people who are coming from very underprivileged background in the village who are striving. And Brother Edward is an example of that. So you guys who are here, you are one of the most privileged, I can tell you. When we were planning for this program, we were looking forward to have at least 100 to 150 participants. But we are reminded today that from the scriptures, we are told that many are called, but few are chosen. And we took heart from that word, that you guys are the ones that God has chosen for you to listen to this madini ameaita kaka yangu pale. Mungu abariki sana for coming. And as Brother Twisa said, we are going to have round 2 of these sessions, and that's going to be about entrepreneurship, of which we are going to have more or less similar kind of setting, but we'll have different, or some of our brothers and sisters here will be there, where we'll have experienced business people will tell us or will help us to understand how to navigate through the entrepreneurship arena. If you want to start business, if you want to grow business, or if you want to do something related to that. My brother is not here, Brother David Kagoma and Sister Stella. They were very instrumental in making sure that this program was successful. They are the ones who produced the video clip that went around in advertising and promoting this event. God bless you wherever you are, if you are listening, if you are following up. And we believe God is going to reward you richly. Before I close, may I invite my brother George Balusi. Brother Balusi has something to share with us, and then he'll close by the word of prayer.
Thank you, Godwin. And thank you, the panelists and everybody, for making this day successful. I wanted to announce to us, especially the men, that we have our Men's Week of Service that is coming at the first week of June. The preparations have begun. Mostly our theme will be on evangelism. We ask you to attend and make yourselves available. Amen. Let us pray. Our Father, we are grateful this day. Thank you for the sessions that we have had. Thank you, Lord, for the perfect weather that you gave us today. We commit the young people who have been able to listen to the panelists and everything that has been there. We ask that this will be important to them. We pray that, Lord, you will guide them in their future endeavor, in their careers, that, Lord, they will excel in everything, in favor with men and in favor with you, O Lord. We commit them in your hands. We commit their future in your hands. We pray that, Lord, you will open doors for them above what they can imagine or think. Thank you, Lord, for the privilege that is ours to have gone through this, and we pray that, Lord, you will, as we go, you dismiss us with your blessings. We ask this in Jesus' name. Amen. Amen. God bless you. We have come to the end of our meeting. God bless you.
Tukiwa tunatoka, nimekumbushwa na mwenyekiti chakula